8 items.
No, you're not. I thought you were getting a dog.
I have yet to receive the puppy, so.
Yeah. So I'd like to call the Anaheim City Council meeting to order. Clerk, can you please call roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bayless?
Here.
Councilmember Bacalba?
Here.
Councilmember Kurtz?
Here.
Councilmember Meeks?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Leon?
Present.
Mayor Aiken?
Present.
Let the record show we have 6 members present.
Are there any additions or deletions to the closed session agenda?
Mayor, there are none.
Do we have any public speakers here to address the closed session agenda?
We don't have any in-person speakers, and we did not receive any electronic comments on the closed session agenda.
Thank you. So we'll now close public comment on the closed session agenda and recess to closed session. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to reconvene the Anaheim City Council meeting back to order. The first item on our agenda is an invocation that will be offered this evening by Reverend Jessica Strysko from Anaheim United Methodist Church. Following that, Councilmember Meeks will lead us in the flag salute. Would you all please stand if you're able? Begin when ready. Thank you.
Let us pray. God of all, as we come together this evening, focus us on the good we can do together for our community. Give us wisdom as we make decisions, help us celebrate progress as we address challenges, and help us ask the necessary questions for transparency and best practices to thrive. Guide us to consider all of Anaheim's residents in the work and conversation shared here tonight. We pray for those residents who are struggling to make ends meet, those who struggle to feed their families or to find work or to find affordable housing. Give us the compassion, the guidance, and the courage we need to address these problems with greater success for the benefit of all. Remind us that we experience flourishing when the whole community experiences flourishing. May it be so. Amen.
As we approach Memorial Day, we pause to honor the brave men and women who gave their lives in service to our nation. May we carry their memory with gratitude, humility, and all of us a renewed commitment to serving our community and our country. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening, everyone. So tonight we have the special honor of recognizing an Anaheim hockey legend. And obviously it couldn't come at a more fitting time as our Anaheim Ducks are playing in 2 hours in Las Vegas in the second round of the playoffs. So go Ducks. Yep. So Steve Carroll has been the voice of the Anaheim Ducks for 27 years. In all, he is capping off a 50-year broadcast career as he starts a new chapter with a well-earned retirement. Steve has called radio play-by-play for more than 2,000 Ducks games, including the 2007 Stanley Cup Championship. He is known for both a steady, trustworthy voice, as well as the energy, excitement, and drama of the games he has called. Steve is part of a generation of broadcasters that includes greats like Vin Scully, Dick Enberg, and others who defined their sports for a generation. Like those others, Steve has been a reassuring presence whether the Ducks have won or lost. He's also worked across the street for the Angels, co-hosting Angels Today and This Week in Angels Baseball in 2011. A St. Louis native, Steve began his career in 1976 calling basketball in Missouri. For a time in the 1990s, he was the voice of the Philadelphia Flyers. And earlier this year, he was inducted into the Southern California Sports Broadcasters Hall of Fame. On behalf of Anaheim, we want to honor Steve for this incredible role he has played for us as a professional sports city. We couldn't have asked for a better voice in Anaheim hockey. So if you could please join us for some comments and a picture.
I don't know why I get so many tears when I come and do something like this. It's tough, first of all, when you know that you've retired and been doing something all your life and comes to an end, but assured that I'm going to still be involved with the Ducks organization in other areas of the way the team is run and everything. So I'm looking forward to that. But I think when you've done something for like the 55 years that I've been in this business, and that's after I went to broadcast school for 3 years in St. Louis, and I don't even remember how far back that was with all these years of experience, but you couldn't ask for a better situation than I've been in here for the years that I've been with this team, winning again a Stanley Cup, and just getting to know the people of this community and being involved in it in professional sports, even at the minor league level, which I spent 33 seasons in just to get here. That's one of the favorite things that I've had, is to be able to meet a lot of people that have worked hard their whole life. And while I'm at it, I see policemen, I see fire engines somewhere, and whenever I do, I smile, knowing that we're in great hands. And you guys should be proud of everything that you do in this community. Because I've got 2 cousins that have been policemen for a long period of time. And when you talk to them, you learn about the respect they have for us. But you know what? We give it back to you because you people are special, and I want you to know that. I think a round of applause goes to these people. They're tremendous. I won't, once I get going, you can't stop me. So you're gonna have to tell me, cut it off right now. We have a big hockey game tonight, as you might know, and we still need to win a couple of games, so hopefully tonight's the night. But it's been pretty exciting so far, having defeated Edmonton, and that's a good hockey club, by the way. And now we've got this team from Vegas, and by the way, if you get by them, you still have 2 rounds of hockey against some pretty good teams, so it's going to be a hard-fought time. I love this city. I love working there, did some Angel stuff, but I think it's the people here in Anaheim and just all over that have welcomed our family, and it's been a dream come true. When you have a dream come true, you know that you're doing something special. And I wasn't good enough to play as an athlete, but I've been in the broadcasting thing, like I said, for 55 years, and I don't have any regrets. It's been terrific, and to be around something like this, and I can't ask for anything more. You people are great, and I look forward to maybe seeing you down there here in the next couple of weeks when we get going, the playoffs. But I thank you for this too. I know my wife does, and the Ducks organization. Couldn't work for better people than the Samuelis that own the team. And I was there during the Disney era, but it's all been good, and no regrets or anything like that. And I'll tell you this, and I'll let you go, because once I get going, I keep going. If you ever need anything from us over there, or if you need somebody to MC an event, I've done all this in news for a number of years back in the late 70s, call me, because I'd love to be able to give it back. And whether it's an event coming up, you need an MC, I'm very serious about that. Give me a shout. And thank you for all of this. And let's go Ducks, too. We need a win tonight. All right.
You want your wife to join us for a picture, please? Thank you. Oh, awesome. I think I found my MC for my State of the City next year. So he's not going far. I love that. Our second person that I want to honor tonight is our wonderful Canyon High School student, Connor Shim. So from sports to the arts, our next honoree is an accomplished classical musician who will be performing at the Walt Disney Concert Hall this Saturday in downtown Los Angeles. And he's only just a junior. He is a junior at Canyon High School who has played the oboe for over a decade. His skill on the woodwind instrument has led him to be a grand finalist in the Music Center's 38th annual Spotlight program. It's a nationally recognized performing arts showcase by the Music Center in Los Angeles. He's been part of the Canyon High School Orchestra and Marching Band for his entire high school career. He also performs with the Pacific Symphony here in Orange County, and he's multi-talented. In tonight's theme, he had to face the difficult choice to give up his other love, hockey, which he has done for over a decade. But music is a source of ongoing joy and happiness for Connor. And clearly, his music brings joy to everyone around him. Could you please join us for some words and a picture? Thank you, Connor.
I'd just like to say thank you to everyone here for allowing me to be here.
Thank you, parents.
And thank you to my parents as well.
That's always a go-to. Thank you, parents. Mom and Dad, do you want to come up? Congratulations, Connor. Thank you so much for coming. This is a fun one and probably one of the most well-earned of the recognitions. Speaking of just absolute competition and excellence, as a council, we are honored here tonight to recognize some of Anaheim's finest. In March, the Anaheim Police Department 2026 Elite Baker to Vegas Relay Team made our city proud. For those who may be unfamiliar with Baker to Vegas, it is a grueling 120-mile run through the desert. It ends in Las Vegas. It's the largest law enforcement competition of its kind, drawing teams from local, regional, state, and federal agencies. The Anaheim PD Elite Team earned first place in their category and 5th overall. Not that we're competing or anything, but we were the best team in Orange County. Take that, sheriffs. So the Elite Team is made up of 20 officers and staff who have trained for months, including runs at our local Servite High School. And we ask a lot of our police officers. It is a challenging and physically demanding job. The team's Baker to Vegas performance reflects the dedication, commitment, and pursuit of excellence that they bring to our community every day. If I can ask Chief Sid to please join me with his team for a few words and photos.
I just want to say thank you as a team captain of this team. I just want to point out that we have phenomenal men and women at this police department who are amazing athletes, and I just wanted to highlight that there's over 270 teams that compete. We finished 5th overall, and the top 4 teams all have thousands and thousands of employees to choose from. Our agency has just over 400, so that should be recognized as well. So we're coming for 4th place next year, so I think we're going to be able to do it next year. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Next on our agenda are recognitions to be presented at a later date. Clerk, can you please announce?
Thank you, Mayor. We have several this evening, recognizing April 28th, 2026 as Workers' Memorial Day, recognizing May 16th, 2026 as Kids to Parks Day, recognizing May 22nd, 2026 as Harvey Milk Day, recognizing the week of May 11th through the 17th, 2026 is Bike to Work Week, recognizing the week of May 17th to the 23rd as 2026 as National Public Works Week, and then recognizing the month of May 2026 as Building Safety Month, Mental Health Awareness Month, and National Cities, Town, and Villages Month. And we do have a representative for Workers' Memorial Day, if they can please step forward.
Hi, good evening. My name is Albert Munoz, an organizer working with Smart Local Union 170 Sheet Metal Workers. In 2026, the biggest hazards for tradespeople in Orange County involved extreme heat, stress during site work, and respiratory risks from high silica dust in rapid industrial construction. Sheet metal workers, HVAC technicians, and industrial fabricators face significant hazards, including excessive heat exposure requiring strict Cal OSHA indoor-outdoor compliance, amputation and crushing injuries from machinery press breaks, and severe ergonomic strain from handling heavy, sharp materials. Other major risks involve silicosis from fabrication, falls, and electrical dangers. Top hazards in 2026. Heat illness. Due to rising temperatures, Cal OSHA enforced strict heat illness prevention standards for both indoor manufacturing and outdoor HVAC work, including requirements for water, shade, and at 95+ degrees, mandatory breaks. Machine guarding failures. Improperly guarded press brakes and fabrication equipment cause serious amputation and crushing injuries. We've seen that personally. Physical and ergonomic hazards. Workers faced injuries from handling, cutting, and shaping sharp, heavy metal objects. Respiratory illnesses. Electrical hazards. HVAC professionals continue to face risks from electrical systems requiring rigid lockout, tagout protocols. Falls from heights. Rooftop HVAC installation pose significant fall risk, which is still the top cause of construction fatalities. When we organize, we take safety and health at the workplace very seriously because protecting employee well-being is a fundamental moral, legal, and economic necessity. A safe, secure environment reduces injuries, boosts morale and productivity. When workers feel safe, feel secure, and valued, their engagement and dedication increases. Effective safety measures are not just about meeting minimum requirements, but creating a culture where everyone's health is recognized as a valuable organizational asset. We are not the only industry that faces high hazards at work. We are proudly part of the Southern California Coalition for Occupational Safety and Health to actively work for and advocate for better standards to prevent injuries and deaths in the workplace. The Southern California Coalition for Occupational Safety and Health advocates for safe, healthy, and secure jobs for all workers and aims to disrupt the root causes of work-related injuries, illnesses, and fatalities. Through coalition building, we expand worker power, direct action, education, and leadership development. Thank you. Could we take a picture? Thank you.
And Mayor and City Council, we have one more accepting, Scott Berry, our building official, accepting for Building Safety Month. If he can step forward at this time.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Heather Allen. I'm not Scott Berry. I'm Building and Planning Director. I'm joined by Scott Berry, the city's building official. So Scott's been back with Anaheim since 2023 and began leading the Building Services Division last July. Scott is a key member of my team and is a partner in working collaboratively with our city colleagues in advancing improvements to the development permitting processes for the benefit of our residents and businesses. Under Scott's direction, the Building Services Division strives to streamline the permitting processes while facilitating communication with our development community to ensure code compliance while maintaining economic vitality, and to work in tandem with fellow departments and agencies to service the needs of our community and public at large. I'd also like to recognize members of the Building Services team in attendance this evening as well to receive the proclamation for Building Safety Month. After Scott says a few words, I would please also request a picture of the team with council to recognize the important work of our permit technicians, plan checkers, and inspectors. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I give you a heartfelt thank you for your time tonight. Greatly appreciated. May is Building Safety Month. It's an opportunity to bring awareness to the critical role that modern building codes play in maintaining a safe, strong, durable, functional buildings. Our confidence in the resilience of the buildings that make up our community is achieved through the collective efforts of building safety and fire prevention officers, architects, engineers, and plumbers, electricians who work year-round to ensure the safe construction of buildings. It is also time to recognize the Building Services Division dedication to assisting with the community growth and continuing efforts to address the critical issues of safety, fire protection, structural strength, functionality, accessibility, along with energy compliance and sustainability. I would like to invite the public to stop by and see us on Thursday at Anaheim's Farmer Market from 11 to 3 p.m. Thank you so much for your time. I was hoping to bring up my staff and get a picture. Thank you.
You see everyone?
So we'll now recess the city council to address the Anaheim Housing Authority agenda. Items 1 and 2 are before us. Is there a motion? Oh, did I just skip right? Sorry, excuse me. I haven't even called it to order yet. So now I'll call to order the Anaheim Housing Authority in joint session with the city council. Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to tonight's agenda?
Mayor, there are none.
And can you please outline the public comment procedures and call forward the first several speakers addressing the agenda? I was going to get us out of here early for that Ducks game. Skipping right over pages, excuse me for that.
Thank you, Mayor. Speakers have one opportunity to address the City Council. The public comment period is limited to 90 minutes or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. Any time remaining of the 90 minutes will be provided to speakers who wish to speak on any non-agenda related items, but within the council's jurisdiction. A second public comment period will be opened by the mayor only if any non-agenda item speakers were not heard during this first public comment period, and it will be open at the end of council business. The time limit for public comments is 3 minutes per speaker. Those wishing to address the city council must complete a speaker card, which are available at the back of the council chambers. The name and contact information requested on the speaker card is optional. Unidentified speakers will be called by the speaker card number. At this time, I'd also like to announce that Spanish interpreting services are provided at every city council meeting. Simultaneous Spanish interpretation is provided through the use of headsets, and consecutive interpretation is available to anyone who would like to address the City Council. For translation services in other languages, we ask that you please contact the City Clerk's office at least 48 hours prior to the scheduled meeting. At this time, I would like to introduce our interpreter who will make the same announcement in Spanish.
Buenas tardes. La ciudad provee servicios de interpretación al español en las juntas del Consejo. La interpretación simultánea al español se ofrece por medio del uso de audífonos y la interpretación consecutiva también está disponible para quien quisiera dirigirse al Consejo. Para servicios de interpretación en otros idiomas, por favor comuníquese con la oficina de la ciudad cuando menos 48 horas antes de la junta programada.
At this time, on behalf of the City Council, we would like to remind the public that Anaheim remains committed to freedom of speech, and we ask that speakers address the City Council with civility and refrain from making personal, threatening, abusive, slanderous, or profane remarks towards any member of the council, staff, or general public. We appreciate you reflecting this spirit when you speak. The time now is 5:29, with a 90-minute public comment period set to conclude at 6:59, or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. We do ask that speakers line up at the podium once they see their name appear on the projection screen behind me. And Mayor and City Council, for agenda items, we have 12 speakers. The first 3 speakers, if they can please step forward, are Joshua Collins, Vern Nelson, and Christine Lopez.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is R. Joshua Collins, founder of Homeless Advocates for Christ. And first, I just want to encourage everyone to give their life to Jesus Christ, who died on the cross for us to save us from hell, to give us everlasting life. We must be born again to enter God's kingdom, and we've all sinned. We all need a Savior. And I also wanted to share some issues regarding the homeless. Luke chapter 16, there's the rich man Lazarus. Lazarus was the poor beggar outside the rich man's gate, and begging. He just wanted to have the scraps from the rich man's table. The rich man, it says, fared sumptuously every day, and eventually that rich man was cast into hell for all eternity. And Lazarus was taken to Abraham's bosom. That's a warning, I think, to us to not ignore the plight of the poor. Also, of course, Matthew 25, the sheep and goats judgment, where God talks about looking out for those that are hungry and needing someone to take them in, those types of things. If you're able to do that, those were the sheep, and the goats were the ones that just didn't do nothing for them, and they were cast into outer darkness. So God has a lot to say about the poor and the needy. He says in Proverbs 31:8 through 9 to defend the rights of the poor and the needy. I want to talk about the homeless issue. Some of these homeless people that are here today to speak, they're having issues at the Salvation Army where they're using the same mop to clean the sink, toilet, and floors, I'm hearing. One individual, Forrest here, who had some nerve damage, lost his job building custom cars, was being watched in the shower, he said. Another lady with the Illumination Foundation facility, they haven't been giving her insulin on time, no case managing going on for near a month, and also no hot shower, and she's in a wheelchair back here named Amanda. So there's some serious things going on with how we're treating the poor in this community. And of course, oftentimes I've called CityNet, no beds available for the homeless in the shelter. It's so important that we do something about these things, and they're taking their property. Some of them want to come to these meetings, but they're worried about losing all their property. So what can we do to make sure the homeless can make it to these meetings? Maybe have a bus program for the homeless. They get out here to speak and have some storage for their property. That's item 24, talks a little bit about that. Video submission. Why not we can record maybe 3 minutes and play it up there? Maybe allow call-in speakers. I know that they shut that down when I brought that up, but why not? This is very intimidating and hard for the homeless to get here. I also want to talk about the police issue too. We need to make sure that the police are not prejudiced, that they're not abusing their power. What are we doing to make sure that things like what happened with Alberto Zolo don't happen again? And are we being serious about change in this city? So I call on the council, for the sake of your own soul, to do something seriously about these situations that needs to change. Thanks for your time.
Our next three speakers, Vern Nelson, Christine Lopez, and David Polito.
Hello, you guys. Item 24, complying with the new state law, SB 707. This amends the Brown Act so that we will finally be able to comment at these council meetings remotely by Zoom or a Zoom equivalent if we can't make it here for some reason. In Anaheim, we'll finally be joining the great cities of Santa Ana, Costa Mesa, Huntington Beach, Irvine, Fullerton, probably even Stanton. But you all had to be dragged to this kicking and screaming. How long have I been bugging this council to have Zoom comments? I'll tell you, 6 years since COVID and Mayor Sadu hit. Sadu loved the COVID days when he didn't have to listen to the public. Remember that? That was sad. Those were the dark ages. At the same time, every other self-respecting city in the county started doing Zoom comments, and when COVID lockdowns were over, they didn't stop. It was a new normal. I even went and priced how much it would cost per year to do Zoom or WebEx comments. It was a little over $200 per year, and I offered to pay it myself. Obviously, the cost was not the issue. In 2022, when we got our new Reform Council, you guys, I thought for sure you'd join the 21st century with Zoom comments. Pero no. And I did bug you all about it till I gave up. And it's not for me. I like coming here whenever I can. I like the circus. I like seeing Reverend Cecil. But a lot of people can't come for one reason or another. Their health, their schedule, their kids, whatever. And they might have something very important to say. So now you're finally forced to do this. I wish you would listen to me more often, me and the rest of us. What's I gonna say? Yeah, you probably, I've never heard a reason for not doing it. Maybe you think a meeting will go on all night if you allow Zoom comments, but if you ever listen to Santa Ana or other places, there's usually 4 or 5 people that come on, they're serious about it. I'm gonna say one more thing. The guy was here from the Ducks. It made me really sad that we're missing a Duck employee, a real enthusiastic Duck employee that's Albert Arzola. He was killed December 10th, and he used to work for the Ducks. He was proud of it. And we finally know the name of the officer that killed him, and I wanted to I didn't have time to say it last time because I had to go get signatures for rent control. But in fact, I still think I don't have time. If somebody wants to sign for rent control, a registered Anaheim voter, I'm here, and I'm heading off to a debate at Anaheim High School between Jesse Lopez and David Peñalosa. That should be a good one. That's at 6 o'clock.
Our next speaker, Christine Lopez, David Polito, and Juanita.
Should have brought my water. Let's see. I got closed. Just bear with me here. All right, good evening. Last week, the LA Times released an article on the excessive use of force by Anaheim police officers on a very young teen who was riding his bike on his way from purchasing parts for his bike. The LA Times article is dated May 4th, 2026. The title, Anaheim Cop in Fatal Shooting Also Sued for Excessive Force in a Minor's Arrest. The front page photo of the article shows Albert during graduation from Catella High School with his mom and dad. Albert was so happy, and you can see how proud his mom and dad were. The article also quotes that a suit was filed in late February and claims that Nathan Garcia and Kyle Smith stopped the boy on June 27, 2024, as he rode his bike home after shopping for bike parts at a nearby strip mall. This is very disturbing to know that these officers are showing a history of being violent. Were they the first 2 officers at the time of my nephew, Albert Arzola, when he was killed? Are there additional incidents of violent behavior by these officers or any other officers? It's not a surprise that Anaheim PD has one of the highest rates of officer-involved killings among the United States. From 2003 to 2016, an average of 2.4 people died annually from the police force during this period. Within the last 9 months, we are aware of 2 officer-related deaths in Anaheim that we're aware. The city council, city manager, and mayor, you need to do better to ensure that these unnecessary deaths do not happen to any other Anaheim resident. We have a police review board, and I attended a couple of those meetings, but they just serve as an information board. They really don't have any power. It's basically the police division just sharing new information on equipment or procedures. They have no power or oversight of the police, and that needs to change. We need community oversight of the police to move forward, build trust in your community, and ensure police accountability. Thank you.
Next speaker, David Polito, Juanita, and then Pearl Arzola.
All right, my name is David Polito. I'm a member of CSO Orange County. We're here once again to demand justice for Albert Arzola. We're here to demand that Anaheim Police Chief Manny Sid, who was here earlier about a relay race, that he immediately fire the officer responsible for killing Albert. We demand that killer cop Nathan Garcia be fired. There are 2 sides in anything, and with police killings, this is no different. On the one side, you have victims of police killings, like the family of Albert Arzola here today, and on the other, you have the police trying to avoid accountability. For weeks, that's right. Yeah, for weeks, the family has filled this chamber and made their demands very clear to you all. And for weeks, almost this entire council, almost this entire time, have been silent. You've been quiet. You haven't said anything. Silence is unacceptable when you hold political power because silence means you're taking the side of the killer cops. Then when council members like Ashley Aiken and Norma Campos-Kurtz, when you have your statements and you tell us to wait for investigations, that is also the same thing as taking the side of the police. Since 2009, in every case that I reviewed, and it's very difficult to do this on the OCDA website, by the way, I did not find a single case where police were criminally charged for officer-involved shootings. That's right. The overwhelming majority of police are found not guilty no matter what they do. For example, Anaheim PD officer Kelly Phillips, who killed 21-year-old Joel Acevedo in 2012, at point blank, according to an eyewitness, is still in your department. Yes, I checked the roster. Officers Daniel Gonzalez, Daniel Wolf, and Woo Jin Jun, who killed unarmed Fermin Vincent Valenzuela in 2016, are all still in your department. Yes, and German Alvarez, who in 2016 shot 22-year-old Gustavo Najera in the head for throwing sand, is still in your department. And in fact, he was in the chamber last city council. He was just outside. I confronted him and he admitted it openly. He was not ashamed. So clearly Anaheim PD and the injustice system is not holding these police accountable. Nathan Garcia, the officer who killed Albert, already had a history of violence, as Christine mentioned, using excessive force against an unarmed 14-year-old Chicano in 2024. That is why we are demanding justice for Albert right now. He was doing nothing wrong. He was doing nothing wrong, and he was deeply loved. It has been a privilege to learn about the man that Albert was and who he was becoming. It's been a privilege to fight alongside this family for justice, and we will continue to be here until you all take a stand and actually do what's right. Fire killer cop Nathan Garcia. No justice? No justice? Justice for Albert Arzola.
Mr. Polito, your time is up. Our next speaker, Juanita. Juanita Pearl Arzola.
Hello, everybody. I just want to say that I feel like that is good that you guys are getting the Zoom, and I hope that it doesn't correlate with us and with the timing of our public speaking, because I actually like coming in here in person. Gracie, you do. And talking to you all and seeing you all. And Carlos, I see that you are running for re-election, and I honestly don't have any bad blood with you at all. I don't have any bad blood with you, with any of you. I hope you get it, because out of this whole city council, I see that you are the only one that is doing actually really good for your district, and I've been seeing a lot of changes. Natalie, I still haven't seen any changes in your district, I haven't seen any changes of your district or Norma as well. You guys do your little pop-ups and everything, and that's it. You guys come, take a photo, and you guys don't really come out and see what the community needs. And Carlos does. I see him, and I hear a lot of people say really good things about him. So when you guys go for re-election, I hope nobody votes for you guys. Thank you.
Next speaker, Grace Arzola.
Hello, everyone. I'm Grace Arzola. Albert Arzola was my nephew, and we've been coming now for 5 months, and I think it's important that you guys do have the Zoom, but I think it's more important that you guys actually listen to the people that talk to you guys. You guys, when they came about the festival project, no one said, other than the young ones that don't even live in Anaheim, said to build it. But you guys still went against the wishes of the people you guys represent. But November's coming and you guys want the votes. And I know some of you guys are afraid to do the right thing because you guys are hoping to get endorsed by the Anaheim Police Department union. but it's important for you guys to hold those accountable. I was watching this video that says that there's a difference between honesty and transparency. You guys have been honest to a certain point with us, but you guys haven't been transparent. You guys failed to tell us that the person that killed my nephew had a previous excessive force incident. You guys have not been transparent to the public to tell them that that individual is monitoring or patrolling the streets. You guys have not been transparent to the public and telling them that you guys have settled with that family of that 14-year-old. I think it's important that they know that you guys are paying their money for his misconduct, and you guys are too afraid to do the right thing because you guys want that police union endorsement. Do what's right. Listen to the public. People came and told you guys they didn't want the cameras. What did you guys do? You waited for all of us to leave and asked the chief leading questions. Easy, softballs. I think Ms. Mass asked him, oh, in Huntington Beach, or Costa Mesa, one of those cities, they were harassing or stalking their girlfriend, but our department doesn't do that. How would we know? I think it's important that you guys hold a meeting because that's something that the public is very upset, and say, this is what the cameras are gonna do, this is where they're located, and this is how, is it someone tracking them at every minute, or is it going back and then? Or is it like people dedicated to look at those cameras? I think there needs to be transparency, especially given where we're living at, where people are losing their trust in public servant, which is sad, because public servant is a noble cause, but you have to do what's right. You don't have to do it for your political ambition. You really have to do it to serve the people. It has been the greatest honor of my life to be a public servant and serve those individuals that are less fortunate than me. But sometimes you have to make decisions that are hard and will put you in a hard space with leadership that you're hoping to not upset, but it's okay to do the right thing, even if it leads to consequences you don't like. Because at the end of the day, it's just between you and your Creator, every decision you made. Have a blessed day.
And Mayor and City Council, we have our speaker that's going to be addressing council in the back.
My name is Forrest. I was born here in Anaheim. I'm going to address the more people coming here, a lot more of us homeless people could come here and stuff and talk to you guys if we'd stopped having our stuff wiped out, when we left our spots. And a lot of us would be able to get other stuff done and turn our lives around if we were able to leave our spot and not get our stuff wiped out. It sucks having to start completely over from nothing when everything is taken from you just because you went to go get your DVT card or went to go work for somebody or even come to one of these meetings. And this is my second time here, and I've learned a lot being here the last time, and so this time I'm learning more, and I'm going to keep coming back to these because I feel that everybody's word counts. Another thing is, a lot of us are trying to turn our lives around, and would be help if we had walking shelters that kept pets and stuff, and couples and whatever. It really helped because I have a cat and my friend has to watch him while I'm here because I don't want something happening to him because he's my service animal because I have dystonia, so it makes it hard for me to do anything like work and stuff. I used to work at a hot rod shop and stuff here in Anaheim and customize cars, and I've been on TV for it, and now I'm sitting here living in a ditch. But that's what it is for me. It sucks having our stuff stolen from us. A lot of people end up resorting to theft. I do my best not to because I can't stand thieves. So, and it'd be nice if the cops would stop harassing us just for sitting on the sidewalk or doing something when it's hot. Yeah, there's no reason for us to be harassed. I mean, if we're not committing a criminal act, then why should we have to go to jail? I don't get it. We use everything. I've used my cat and this and that, and I have to go to pound, pay to get them out. It's just a big circle of losing money that I don't hardly have anyways. Another thing is my friend Joe has a store over on Lincoln, and code enforcement keeps going by and harassing him because people are sitting out front having a drink after they go in there and shop, or they go and get their mail or whatever because he lets us get mail there, or he helps us out sometimes with food. And so code enforcement keeps going by and harassing him over and over. I was fixing some gumball machines just last week, and code enforcement came by and told me to leave because I was fixing gumball machines because my bicycle had a trailer on it. They told me I was lodging there. I wasn't lodging. I just had tools and a bike in my trailer. That's it. And they told me I was lodging and I had to go. And that to me is just ludicrous. And they said he was running a gambling outfit. And I told the code enforcement and said, there's not running a gambling outfit. And they go, why is everybody standing here? I go, because it's hot. We're trying to be in the shade, you know? Another thing is, it'd be nice to have help, if the police used to help us instead of
Sir,
arresting
I'm
us.
sorry, your time is up.
Okay, and justice for Alberto Zola.
Our next speaker, Amanda Lockwood.
Hi, my name's Amanda, and I'm staying at the Illumination Foundation shelter, and I have a big list of complaints. And so what the complaints that I have is that I'm not allowed to have an emotional support pet cat, even though I have a doctor's note. So something needs to be done about this. And I can't have my meds and vitamins with me in my room, even if it was okayed by my doctor. And I asked the maintenance to fix the hot water in my shower, and so far, no running hot water in my shower that's in my room. And the curfew is a bit unreasonable. It's 7 p.m., which is too early of a curfew. And I keep getting harassed by security guard Michael, accusing me of taking a lighter when I did not. He also said I can't have a tricycle at the shelter. There's not enough people that work there. There's like only 1 to 2 security guards that work there, usually 1 most of the time. And my case manager, Jared, fails to meet with me or even make appointments. Yeah. And there's no alternative meals and snacks for diabetics. Yeah. That's a health and safety issue. Okay. Okay. And at snack time, a staff member named Ty refused to give me my alternative meal as a snack because she obviously appeared to be lazy and tired while she rolled her eyes at me, and I was only allowed to choose high sugar and carb snacks, and that's the snacks they provide. I also think it is unfair for diabetics who have to wait to get their insulin for an hour or so, or even more, which is a health and safety issue. Yes,
Ma'am, I'm sorry, your time is up.
okay. Okay. This happened at the Illumination Foundation shelter at 9942 West Broadway Avenue, Anaheim, 92805. Thank you for letting me speak.
Our next speaker, if they can step forward.
Danny Gonzalez. I'm here in support of Albert Orzola. I've known Albert since he was a young child, and he was not only a son, a brother, and a friend, but a functioning member of the community. He was a hard worker and someone you can always count on to have a contagious smile. He was not who the police are trying to make him out to be. Unfortunately, just shortly after he turned 19, his life was cut short after Officer Nathan Garcia shot him 3 times in the back. an officer who, like everyone said, has a history of excessive force. I have family members in law enforcement, currently and retired. I grew up around police. Some of them who've seen the footage, and they said that what happened to Albert was nothing short of a murder. There's a process, there's a way things are supposed to happen. Yes, Albert ran at first, but there was two men getting out of an unmarked vehicle at night, aggressively. Who wouldn't run? He was afraid. He was 19 years old. I'd still be afraid. I'm 28, and I'd be afraid of something like that happening to me. Shortly after Albert complied with the officers, he was met with excessive force that led ultimately to his death. Following this, the family was met with nothing but pushback from Anaheim PD. Body cam footage was withheld as long as possible, and some of it was never released. I mean, everyone's body cam is supposed to be on. No autopsy has been released, and no one has been held accountable. None of those things can bring Albert back, but it's the bare minimum for what his family deserve and what Albert deserved. It's a major part of the healing process for the family and to make sure things like this don't happen again. Thank you.
I saw on the news that you guys build new affordable housing, so I just want to say congrats on that. It's really expensive to live in Anaheim, and me personally, I probably would not be able to buy a house by myself if I didn't have my parents' help. I'm here today in support of Albert Arzola. Nathan Garcia is known to be an abusive cop, complicit into abusive force on a 14-year-old kid. On number 24, I hope you guys do have the Zoom. I mean, that would be helpful. I'm a new soon-to-be dad, and I have to drive back and forth from Riverside and Anaheim. And it's just a lot just to spend in the gas. I used to come in my old truck. It was a V8, and it just became so expensive to just come and speak about Albert that I would hesitate at first, but I think about him every day, and I come for him. I attended an open meeting with the chief, Mayor Aiken, and that's when we brought up the issue of Albert's death, and he referred to him as the lookout. I watched the video yesterday. The lookout was facing backwards, talking the whole time with his friends. The lookout was probably the worst possible lookout possible. He walked back and he was oblivious to the cop car that had just been rolling up behind him because it was unmarked. The designation of calling Albert a lookout was just very distasteful because it had been a month or two after his death, and it very impacted the family. So when we're looking for answers or just anything in general, when you call out a dead man the lookout, it's very distasteful. Never mind the fact the lookout was shot 3 times in the back. At point blank range, his partner was coming right next to him. He would have had help. It's very just, I would say, nauseous watching the tape and just thinking, what if his partner had more urge or just hurried a little bit faster? Never mind the fact his body cam was never on at any point till after it had been dead for a minute or two. I just want to ask why the Orange County DA was so excited to prosecute the mother over the accident involving her kid that murdered an old Caucasian man, but the family cannot receive his autopsy of how Albert died. He was a healthy 19-year-old man who did things. He did not die randomly. He was shot, and we would like to know. As well, when it came to the meeting, I don't know what day it was, December 15th, December, whatever. At that time, they said both officers' cams were on when the shooting happened. That was a lie. The second officer's camera was never on when Albert was killed. The only thing we have is to rely on a random neighbor's camera from across the street and different angles from the neighbors. So thank God that the neighbors had their cameras because we would have no footage from Albert's death. Thank you.
Our next speaker, card number 7567.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Shelley, and I am a resident of East Anaheim. I am here to speak in strenuous opposition to many items on item number 24. While the city frames the changes as modernization, they are in fact a retaliatory muzzle aimed at the very residents they represent, many of whom have spoken up at countless meetings attempting to be heard by the city. For years, District 6 residents have relied on our 3-minute windows to explain complex, evidence-heavy issues like wildfire evacuation, gridlock, infrastructure deficits, and safety concerns in our area. We have stood at this podium with meetings lasting until midnight because these issues are literally a matter of life and death for our families. Think about that. The city wants to take a life safety concern and reduce it to 60 seconds? Really? 1 minute is not nearly enough time to explain why a high-density project might trap an entire neighborhood during a fire. It is also not enough time to point out the deficiencies in current evacuation studies or the systematic record suppression that we have seen in recent months. These rules, they also target the Arzola family seeking justice for their loved one, Albert. They target the Spanish-speaking parents in our city who already face a no accountability loophole in your outreach policies. And they target our neighbors with disabilities who are being told to participate remotely because this chamber's own physical podium that I'm standing at remains a barrier to their own presence. This is a coordinated effort to time out anyone in any district who is fighting for their voice to be heard in a system that systematically suppresses those voices for the sake of institutional convenience. By adopting a 90-minute cap and a 1-minute discretionary limit, you aren't making meetings more efficient. You are making them less accountable, less transparent, and you are actively choosing to ignore the verified efforts and transparency failures already documented in the city's own administrative record. If you can't listen to your residents for more than 60 seconds, how can you claim to accurately represent us? I urge you to reject item 24, specifically the 90-minute cutoff cap and the 3 minutes, so that we do not prioritize speed over safety, the civil rights, and the voices of all of the residents of Anaheim. Every single person deserves a voice, and our Zola family, they deserve answers. Well, it's so inhumane what's happening with them. This guy is still on the streets. He's harassing their family. Why aren't we doing anything? Why? Can you live with yourself with these decisions?
Ma'am, I'm sorry, your time is up.
No problem, thank you.
Our next speaker, Rosie Camacho.
Agenda 24 should stay the same. It takes courage just to get up here and face all you guys and get transparency for my son Alberto Arzola, December 6th, that he was gunned down, murdered by Nathan Garcia. He targeted my son. He came to my house and targeted him and his friends. He never left him alone. He murdered him. He murdered my son. And you guys sit here and do nothing to this man, Nathan Garcia, walking the streets with a badge and a gun just to take another person out. Harasses the youth, the 14-year-old that he pulled over on a bike that he just bought parts for. How does that happen? You guys need to do more transparency and accountability. This cannot happen again. I am devastated. I will never see my son again. And I will never have him next to me because Nathan Garcia took him and he took him. He knew his victim and he murdered him right in front of me. I demand justice and accountability for my son. He will never be next to me. I will never have talks or tell him how his day at work was. I will demand justice. Justice for my son, Alberto Arzola.
Leslie Lopez.
Hello, I just want to begin by saying that I think it is a good option to allow for Zoom meetings or just different way for people to voice their opinions. I also think it's important that you make it more accessible for everyone in the community, like the homeless. But with that being said, I also think it's important that you guys should, when you propose major changes like the ones discussed, you explain why those changes are necessary. From our perspective, it feels like you don't want people like us coming who are pushing for meaningful changes to participate or be heard. We come here to speak about someone who lost their life because of your officer, Nathan Garcia, who is still patrolling the same neighborhood where he shot my cousin, Norma. I'm not sure if you're proud of that, but you have him still patrolling that same area. I'm not sure if any other district wanted to take him, but I'm pretty sure not because he murders children. I think it's insane that you're okay with him still patrolling this area. I'm not too sure if that's Chief Sid's idea because he still hasn't gotten back to us about the harassing that is still happening. At the very least, he should have been kept on leave or reassigned to a different neighborhood, but the right thing to do would have been to fire him. We continue to come here to raise concerns with issues that endanger this community. Nathan Garcia is someone with a history of misconduct. According to the LA Times, the city was already sued because of Nathan Garcia beating a 14-year-old who was doing nothing wrong. It's important that you tell the community that you already settled this lawsuit, and if you truly want transparency, then you should also tell them, the public, how much money you guys have paid out because of the misconduct of your officer, because I'm sure that's in your budget proposal. It's important that you make real changes because in the past 5 months, we have been coming to these meetings and the concerns of the people that the people are bringing up, whether it's fire safety in Anaheim Hills, the water quality, or the killer cop, are not being addressed. As council members, it is your responsibility to make changes that actually serve and protect the community. Trust me, it's not fun coming to these meetings, except maybe when the city manager gives his update. We continue to show up because this matters to us. We lost a family member and we refuse to let him become another statistic of the Anaheim Police Department's violence. And then also since the chief is here, it would kind of be important to us to know why you made that decision to put him back into the same neighborhood where he murdered my cousin. So, thank you.
Our next speaker.
Hi, Madam Mayor, honorable council members. I'm Jesse Benron with the Orange County Business Council, but also a resident of Anaheim. I'm here on agenda item 22, which has to speak to the development and adoption of your economic development strategy. At OCBC, our primary focus is regional economic development. However, we know that regional economic development doesn't exist without local economic development. And so we encourage you and we applaud you for this work to have an economic development strategy, and we hope all cities have one, because at the end of the day, those businesses land somewhere and they land in a city. That city could be yours. So when it comes to business attraction, retention, or expansion, the fact that you now have a strategic document that the city can kind of marshal its resources to support the business community is applauded. So I really encourage you to adopt the strategy. Thank you so much.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes agenda item speakers. We will now move into general comments, and we have 14 speaker cards. The first speaker, G. Price, followed by Mark Herbert.
I'd like to address agenda item 4, namely the professional service agreement for fireworks with Pyro Spectacular. This agreement was not publicly advertised on the city's online bidding system, yet the same vendor appears to have been selected year after year. Pyro Spectacular's environmental track record should be a red flag. Both the cities of Rialto and Colton were forced to close drinking water wells due to perchlorate contamination. Court records show that Pyrospectacular directly contributed to this contamination. Perchlorate containing firework material and improper waste disposal practice polluted the soil and groundwater in those areas. Is this really a company that Anaheim should be in business with? More concerning is just how close this fireworks show is to the Santa Ana River. The Clean Water Act makes it unlawful to discharge pollutants into waterways. Firework debris like cardboard, paper, plastics, and chemical contaminants like perchlorate and heavy metals are all considered pollutants. If you review the contract, what should stand out is what's missing from it. There is virtually nothing in this agreement addressing environmental safety, air quality impacts, toxic debris fallout, public health protections, or long-term cleanup accountability. The scope of work is essentially one vague paragraph for explosives being launched over a densely populated residential neighborhood. The contract references a debris fallout area, but where exactly is that area? It isn't listed in the scope of work. What neighborhoods, what parks, streets, schools, or waterways fall within that zone? When it comes to cleanup, Pyro is responsible to clean up live pyrotechnic debris, but the city is responsible for everything else. They're responsible to clean up all fallout areas, including long-term environmental cleanup. Fireworks are not magic. They release toxic chemicals and metals that eventually fall back into our neighborhoods. How is the public park and elementary school located at the launch site cleaned up? Is the Santa Ana River tested for pollutants before and after the show? For decades, Anaheim appears to have approved firework displays without meaningful environmental transparency, disclosures, or long-term monitoring for residents who live beneath these fallout zones. The public deserves answers before contracts like this are approved, not after.
Next speaker, Mark Herbert, followed by Mike Robbins.
Mark Herbert, AnaheimGrease.com. I'm here in support of Albert Arzola and his family. I'll be addressing the water issue and the culture of Anaheim, and I think it relates to the problems they've run into. Residents who raised concerns about Anaheim's water were publicly labeled a disinformation brigade by Mayor Aiken of Anaheim. The mayor claimed the water is safe before she asked any questions, before she gathered any information, before she gathered any facts. Residents were mocked or dismissed for asking questions when the city itself admits it cannot fully verify water quality. There are still unresolved questions involving 1, excessive flushing activity, 2, operational valve changes, 3, TTHM exceedances, 4, PFAS exceedances, 5, well shutdown delays and discrepancies, 6, and concerns regarding missing or improperly submitted laboratory records. Anaheim's official water quality report states, quote, monitoring requirements not met for Anaheim public utilities. According to it, during the third quarter of 2025, a required water sample for haloacetic acids from a distribution sampling site was not collected. As a result, the city states, quote, we cannot be sure of the quality of the drinking water during that time. Rather than responding with transparency and engaging the public, the council turns its back on its residents. 1, at the November 18th council meeting, I filed 6 Brown Act violations, no answers yet. 2, January 13th council meeting, I reminded them of those violations, no answer. 3, I filed a public records request on March 3rd on the Wyndham Hotel illegal room conversions. In April, the city notified me they had been found. I requested a copy on a USB drive, still waiting. April 21st council meeting, Council Member Rubikova left the dais before the final public hearing started. She didn't return for the hearing vote, or the rest of the council meeting. No explanation was given. Who was representing the residents of that district? April 5th council meeting, council members Rubikov and Kurtz were absent. No explanation was given. Who was representing those residents? Filed another Brown Act violation at the May 5th. And 6, the public comments for public hearings are being reduced from 5 minutes to 3 minutes in item 24. That's not public engagement.
Next speaker, Mike Robbins.
We're always trying to be informative. Real dangers faced by employees when excavation work is performed without proper utility locating and safety clearance in place. Every time a crew breaks ground without confirmed utility markings or without all required utility representatives present, lives are placed at risk. What is underground gas lines? You get them in your mail, you're supposed to know that, and certainly our employees are supposed to know that. Electrical infrastructure, communication lines, and water mains. One mistake underground can cause explosions, electrocution, flooding, catastrophic injury, or death. This is a photo of a gas line that was struck in Anaheim. The danger is very real to the employees and the residents. California's dig alert laws exist for a reason. They're not optional paperwork. They're designed to protect the workers, residents, businesses, motorists, and emergency responders from preventable disasters. Yet employees have described situations where excavation work moved forward without proper clearances, where concerns were minimized, and where workers felt pressured to proceed anyway. And here's what should concern every resident. There were employees who stood up and refused to participate in unsafe practices. Employees who raised concerns because they wanted projects completed safely, lawfully, and without anyone getting hurt. They were isolated, harassed, targeted, and denied promotions, forced to work in hostile work environments. Many of them are still there, though, still showing up, still protecting the public, and trying to do the right thing. The problem is a culture, it seems, you guys should know, where management is allowed to retaliate against employees. Will the same management also be held responsible when employees or residents are seriously injured or killed? Residents and council members deserve to know how many dig alert violations have occurred, how many underground utility strikes have happened, and why are employees allowed to be punished for trying to make these projects safe? Safety cannot exist in a culture of fear, and accountability cannot exist without transparency. So I'll repeat, though, this one. The problem is a culture where the management is allowed to retaliate against the employees who complain. And some people try and stop it, and they go ahead anyway. So will they be held responsible when employees or residents are seriously injured or killed? Please, hopefully you'll take regard to this. And if you saw the picture, that's just one
Mr. Robbins,
episode
I'm sorry, your time
that
is
was
up.
taken. Certainly there has to be a lot more, you guys.
Our next speaker, Stephanie Brigadante. Following the speaker, Janine Robbins.
The public should be deeply concerned about the pattern that continues to emerge inside the city of Anaheim. This includes not only water quality issues and call before you dig violations, but also a broader culture of retaliation, suppression, and disregard for public safety. According to documented claims submitted against the city, Employees responsible for maintaining critical public infrastructure allege they were retaliated against for raising safety concerns, reporting excavation violations, questioning unsafe work practices, and advocating for lawful operations. Employees describe a workplace where speaking up could cost you promotions, overtime, opportunities, or your career. Think about that. These employees are the quiet heroes of Anaheim. They are the people who work behind the scenes so residents can turn on their taps and trust the water is safe to drink. They are the crews responding to emergencies at all hours, repairing critical infrastructure beneath our streets, and performing dangerous work the public rarely sees but depends on every single day. Yet instead of fostering a culture of transparency, accountability, and safety, the allegations describe an environment where employees feared retaliation for reporting hazards, unsafe conditions, regulatory concerns, and operational risks. When the very people responsible for protecting public infrastructure are afraid to speak openly, every resident in this city should be concerned. The public should be asking, if employees are afraid to report problems internally, what problems never reach the public? When a government culture punishes the people trying to raise concerns, the risk is not just to employees. Rather, the risk is to every resident who depends on these systems to function safely, transparently, and without fear-driven suppression of the truth. This is more than an HR issue. This is a public safety issue. Anaheim residents stand with the Anaheim Public Utilities heroes who keep our city safe every day. Moreover, we demand accountability from the managers responsible when employees and the public are placed in harm's way.
Next speaker, Janine Robbins, followed by Tom Fiedler.
Residents continue to hear the same repeated message as if it's on a continuous loop. The water is safe. This message seems to be looping nonstop, but reassurance without knowledge or information is not accountability. I myself did a PRA on well 51 to see what was going on. In return, I got a letter from the city's attorney's office informing me that I would have to sign an NDA before documents would be released to me. I pushed back with my own legal letter that they wanted me to sign an NDA for documents that are public records. And lo and behold, I received my documents. But imagine the average resident who doesn't have years of document requesting experience. How discouraging would this be to them? Anaheim's annual water quality report and the recent water quality presentation repeatedly assured residents that our water meets or exceeds regulatory thresholds. But the problem is that the report answers only the questions the city wants answered, not the questions residents are actually asking. Residents called to complain about the flushing, but they weren't complaining about 5 minutes of flushing. We know that's routine. Residents called regarding 30 minutes to 60 minutes of flushing, multiple times a week. There was so much flushing that it caused the asphalt to lift off the street. That is definitely not routine flushing. Under the Federal Safe Drinking Water Act and related state regulations, public water systems are required to, 1, conduct representative sampling, 2, maintain accurate records, 3, and the most difficult, submit truthful monitoring, 4, and comply with approved sampling protocols. Let's walk through this. A valve that was long since closed was abruptly reopened on September 17th to 22%. City employees raised concerns to management to close the valve. They knew opening a valve at that amount would adversely affect the water quality. Management ignored these warnings. On September 23rd, management was told to come look at the water, and employees asked again for permission to close the valve. Management again ignored their warnings. This is what water should look like. Where are you? Hold it up. This one. That is what water should look like. But on September 23rd, this is what your drinking water actually looked like. These are pictures from Walnut Creek Reservoir that provides the water for Anaheim Hills. This looks like sewage water instead of drinking water. Therefore, excessive flushing was noticed and reported by residents beginning in September and continued up until approximately March of this year. 6 months of brown water. Why don't you share how the city can still confirm that our drinking water is safe? Residents are waiting for an explanation and not a bogus report put on by the lackeys.
Our next speaker.
Mayor and council members, the city of Anaheim now faces a choice. Address these concerns openly and transparently, or continue withholding information and deepen the growing perception that a cover-up is occurring. Release the flushing logs, release the hydrant records, release the supervisory control and data acquisition trend data, release the operational timelines, release the internal communications, release the dig alert violation records, release the claims filed after underground utility lines were struck, because residents are still waiting for answers. We still do not know why our drinking water in September 2025 looked like sewage water. We still do not know why the presentation given just weeks ago and the city's own annual water quality report failed to meaningfully address that very important detail. We still do not know why Well 51 appears to have remained online for weeks after PFOS exceedance concerns were known. We also cannot comprehend why the City Council was notified on February 17th that the well was offline, while records reflect the well was not shut down until March 6th. There cannot be two different dates for the same operational action. We still do not know why there was so much flushing occurring throughout 2025. And yes, residents care that approximately 10 million gallons of water was flushed, especially when we just received notice that our water rates increased again. Are residents paying for all of these secrets? And perhaps most disturbing of all, employees who want the water system to be safe, who want infrastructure projects performed lawfully, and who want a safe work environment are being harassed, retaliated against, and disciplined instead of listened to. These are the very employees responsible for protecting public infrastructure and public health. So the public is asking, does the city of Anaheim need to be on channels 2, 4, 5, 7, and 9 before residents finally receive a full explanation? Residents deserve answers now. And let's have justice for Albert Arzola.
Our next speaker, Dave Duran.
I'm confident there are many Anaheim City employees who genuinely care about the safety of our drinking water. They care because they take pride in their jobs. They take care because they do not want their families, neighbors, residents to get sick from drinking unsafe water. We know some of the city employees had the courage to raise concerns, ask questions, report operational issues, and advocate for transparency. And instead of being supported by management, some were isolated, retaliated against, ignored, or targeted as part of the problem. The public needs to know that Anaheim City Council and public utilities officials and management have misinformed the public by repeatedly assuring residents that Anaheim's tap water was safe, while insinuating that the city water concerns did not exist. Residents who continued asking questions were labeled as Disinformation Brigade. One resident was interrupted multiple times while attempting to express their concerns about Anaheim's water quality. So let's take a moment to document and recap the following for those who live, work, vacation, and/or the children who go to school in this city. The mayor and other city officials say the water is safe. I've heard it myself. Residents and employees that are raising concerns and are asking questions about the water are being recognized by the city officials as a problem. Let me remind everybody about the importance of why trihalomethaneins are a serious concern. TTHMs are among the most common contaminants found in U.S. drinking water. Their key health concerns include increased risk of bladder cancer, possible links to colorectal cancer, liver, kidney, and central nervous system damage, and possible reproductive effects, including miscarriage risks at high exposure levels. These are things that could happen, or maybe they've already happened, or in the process of happening, because there's been lack of transparency and silence from all of you. Justice for Albert Arzola. Now.
Our next speaker.
Madam Mayor and City Council, I am Major Ken Perrine. I'm responsible for Salvation Army operations in Orange County, and it's also National Salvation Army Week. And I just wanted to share some success stories from the Anaheim Emergency Shelter, and just going to have some of our residents and former residents stand. Sergio B., he's doing exceptionally well, and he has been with us for 3 months so far, and he's gotten, it's his second stint at the shelter, and he has gotten a job at Jack in the Box, and he's now a shift lead, and he's working on moving out. Someone just stole his bike, but we just figured out how to get him a new one today, so he doesn't even know that yet. So we got him a bike, so that's good. Sergio E., and we should give him a hand. He's doing a great job. This is the kind of stuff we want to hear about. It's success. Sergio E. has been with us 2 months. He's gotten a job as a chef, and he moves into housing on Thursday. Carl W. is a retired LA firefighter with 20-plus years of service. He's currently awaiting a disability, and he's currently working hard with our housing navigator to find affordable senior housing, which we all know is very hard, but we do want to give Carl, he's a really great guy. Thank you, Carl. And Dean L., he's been with us for a little bit of a while, but he just recently got a job in Anaheim at a local nonprofit, and he's working on getting his housing and saving us his money. I share these stories because we should give Dean a hand too. Thank you. Sometimes when we think of the homeless, we only think of the people that we don't want to see. But if we can get people into the shelter system and we get the proper resources around them and proper encouragement, we can get them housed and productive citizens of our great community. Every shelter is not going to be perfect for everyone. It's great that we have multiple ones, but it's just want to give you a little bit of encouragement. Things are happening. Also at our center, the Anaheim Emergency Shelter, we are also proud to say our Cary building is finally in process to be built. That center is going to have a medical facility to service the folks at our shelter and on the total campus, so that's good. It's also going to have our hub. We're going to have increased amounts of case managers, not just the Salvation Army, but also local friends that can help us. And it has our Center for Applied Research and Innovation, where we're doing research on how to better help our homeless friends and neighbors. So I just want to say, again, thank you, and I have 20 seconds left, but thank you for your service also.
Our next speaker, Michelle Mary, followed by Ruben Greg Soto.
Hello, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Michelle, and I am one of the Disneyland Resort ambassadors. And I am here today to provide an update on the work the Disneyland Resort is doing in the Anaheim community. The Disneyland Resort recently wrapped up our local community programming for the school year with our Ola Readers End of Program event, sending children off to summer break with books to read, and the Loera High School food distribution event in partnership with Northgate Gonzalez Market, providing 125 students and their families facing food insecurity with essentials for their households. This summer, the Disneyland Resort will host 22 students from the Anaheim Union High School District for the AIM Summer Mentorship Program. Students will be paired with Disney leaders for his 6-week program, which will include a variety of departmental overviews and shadowing experiences, career skills workshops, and collaborative project, ending with a final presentation to Disney leaders. As announced at the Anaheim State of the City, the Disneyland Resort is excited to bring back the Anaheim resident ticket offer. Beginning later this summer, Anaheim residents will be able to purchase a ticket for $71 in honor of our 71st anniversary. The Disneyland Resort is also offering children's tickets this summer for as low as $50 per day. At the end of the summer, Disneyland Resort will bring the magic of Disney for residents in Anaheim to enjoy. On August 27th, Disneyland Resort will host events throughout the city, bringing unique entertainment and activities. The happiest day in Anaheim will be an opportunity for our community to create joyful memories together. And finally, in early August, the Disneyland Resort will break ground on our new East Parking facility. Outreach is underway to our neighbors to ensure open lines of communication during this project. Thank you for allowing me time to share these exciting updates with you all.
Our next speaker, Ruben Greg Soto, followed by Art Castillo.
Mayor, City Council, you know my story about a lot of things. I've been abused and harassed by cops, Anaheim, Fullerton, Riverside, Winter Park, Garden Grove, because I stand up for myself, and I don't like what they stand for. Today I went to DCSS. I hired a paralegal. She told me to go to DCSS. I got proof that they did stop payment in July of 2018. Now we got to find out where the money's been going. Over $1,000 a month for many years. So now I got to spend more money for that. Now I'm hooked up with Louis Correa. He's a congressman from Santa Ana and Washington, D.C. I felt it in my heart to try to give these people, I don't know these people. I just come here. And I contacted him and left him messages and told him that they need help. He's against ICE and harassing illegals or Hispanics. And you know what? I told him in a message that you got cops in your own damn city, state, harassing young kids, killing them. And I told him, you need to get over here and listen to these people crying about what's going on. I know you're not federal, but he is. So now I'm hoping he sent somebody in here to listen. So we'll see what happens. And I felt it in my heart to have to do this. I don't know nothing about this. I don't even know where they're talking, what city, what neighborhood. But that's what I do. But anyway, I still live in my car. But you know what? I don't have to spend no money on anybody else's property. I want to buy a house like I owned one before. Thank you.
Next two speakers, Art Castillo, followed by Brian Kay.
I can jump and get it. You gotta get it.
They're getting it. They're getting it.
I'm not getting shape. I tell the cops, you need backup, you want to get me. Thank you.
Okay, well, I wanted to say about last week about the e-bikes. Remember, it was the little kids. This administrator of the school district said, I almost hit 2 little kids. I couldn't even see them because it was a small e-bike and they were small. But I also got another person that asked to recommend that if I can speak to Mr. Bayless on his District 1, The Edison field off of Stony Brook, the weeds are getting really high. There was a fire once there, I believe, but they asked if I can come down and mention that to you, that if because every time they call in, they say call Edison. And these are older people and seniors, and they say they don't get the time frame, the phone doesn't answer. So they're saying, can you ask our District 1 leader about that? Since you're a resident there, maybe it can be a concern. It's getting pretty high. But again, it's just something that all these districts have things going on that they haven't been dealt with, and said about before. But yeah, I wanted to focus on, these young kids that I come back in 1977. That's when I started working. I was just a kid. And again, we were the neighborhood. But we had an officer, Steve Nolan. He was called a whistleblower case. I don't know if anybody of you knew him, but when he reported a young man getting beaten, they chastised him, his partners, told him he was a traitor and reporting it. And so then there was another incident where another officer hit a young boy at the police department, gave him a black eye. He was sitting in the hallway, and him and this other partner walked by, and he found out, and he reported it, and his union fired him. And it was a 20-day, or a month-long court hearing at the courthouse. And but the main thing was, there's a lot of things that people here don't know, that I was involved in back with the lawyers of many different other cases on young men, the deaths of young men and beatings, so that they don't get to hear what I got to hear. But who can I speak to? I even have one incident down here on Anaheim a long time ago, and it was an officer who was bringing it up, but I was there, and how synchronicity that I ended up seeing this guy. But the guy was shot in the back, and the coroner and the officers fudged it that he got shot, that he was attacking the officer. So now the coroners do tamper with evidence. And then a case around people that were in the community, that was civil rights lawsuit, and including that I was excluded, but a captain came out and he said that the chief was erasing all the documents on me about what he was going through, but he was claiming to have me assaulted and everything. He said, I'll say what he said in the paragraph, the first part. He says, get the motherfucking punk asshole, whatever it takes to do. So I'm gonna give you that much tonight,
Castillo?
but let's get our Alberto Zola, because that's another family that I knew.
Mr. Castillo, I'm sorry, your time is up. Our next speaker, Brian Kay.
Kualitutaki, Tlazocamati. Good afternoon, buenas tardes. I speak the native Nahuatl language. Thank you to Mashani David Vasquez. He was interpreting the courts in Utah, Colorado, California, and Arizona. Rest in peace, Temashani David Vasquez. We always stand on traditional lands of the Tongva, always give respect to the state-recognized tribe that's fighting for federal recognition. Hopefully one day they get federal recognition. So then, therefore, we can tax Disney, we can tax Angel Stadium, because under Angel Stadium and under Disneyland, there's a lot of Native Americans that are still need to be resting in peace. And with that, 90,000 Native American bodies are in boxes. How would you feel, our white brothers, if we went to Europe and we made you become Catholic or Christian and to speak Spanish or to speak or a native language? We didn't do that. We never went to Europe and started murdering and raping the kids and raping the European women. We never did that. That's what happened to us. That's what's going on right now, and they're still killing our people. So there's 90,000, and I'm glad that Avelino Valencia, if you're watching, I'm glad that you're sitting down now with Senator James Ramos, the first Native American male to be senator, that passed bills to get rid of names like the Comanche Warriors. Fullerton Indians just came down last month. I'm so glad. I can't wait till Catella Knights, the colonists. The Knights were like the police that came and killed Arzola. They came at night, like knights, like the Ku Klux Klan, right? So those 90,000 bodies need to be resting in peace. And the reason America is being bombarded by the star and the moon and Iran, the flags, the Hopis prophesied a prophecy that America would come and go, even Lajotas. We always say, metaki o yasin, which means all my relations. We're all related, doesn't matter what color or religion, but we're just kicking facts, we're kicking truth. And there's many thousand ancestors that need to be taken away from Cal State Fullerton, UCLA, the CSU systems. At Cal State Fullerton, they have bodies in boxes. You know, it's so sad. Why do we have Native Americans in bodies? And in Guerrero, the Mexican cartel, the U.S. cartel, the two governments are the cartels. They still have not brought justice to the indigenous people, Nahua people in the state of Guerrero. They murdered about 100 women just recently, and the Mexican government has not done anything, but that hit is coming from here, from this government, and the weapons are coming from this government. You know, Chapo Guzman had the DA working for that. One of Tony Rackakis worked for him too. Never know. There's a lot of politics. We have police officers here. There's a reason why they're here right now. Maybe because they're trying to intimidate us, but they're not going to intimidate me or our ancestors or our people. And we will change the name of the colonists. Congressman Luke Correa even said it. Soto, you spoke so well that he even agreed of changing the name of the colonists. I was so surprised, but I hope it's just not talk, because actions speak louder than words. And I know the actions that those police officer colonist knights did to Arzola spoke a lot, very racist. Aho, thank you.
Our next speaker, Ben Hurst.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for a few minutes of your time tonight. I recently traveled to Stanford University and got to speak with 15 or 20 of their professors at their world-famous Stanford D School, their design school, and they said, "Who are you and why are you here?" I said, "I'm with the Salvation Army, and we've partnered with the City of Anaheim to build a 14-acre comprehensive homeless care campus called the Center of Hope." I said, partnering with the city, we rolled up our sleeves and built a 224-bed homeless shelter in 79 days. I told them in a celebration that we've served over 2,000 unduplicated guests, 500,000 meals, 17,000 counseling sessions, and placed over 650 in permanent housing. They said, "That's really great." I said, "We're really excited about what's going on in the city of Anaheim. But what we're super excited about is breaking ground on our Center for Applied Research and Innovation building that Major Perrine spoke of for a minute. On June 16th, we want to invite you to join us if your schedule permits, Tuesday, June 16th at 10:30 for a groundbreaking ceremony where we're going to establish the innovation engine for the Center of Hope that's going to serve our entire 14-acre campus, as well as 6,914 Salvation Army service units across the United States. And if God breathes on a great idea we have, that may find its way to one of the 132 countries we serve from the Salvation Army, birthed right here in this great city of Anaheim. So we're super excited. We hope you can make it if your schedule allows. And I want to close with this. I was at the mayor's State of the City address and had an unusual thing happen. I sat down at my table and a lady across from me said, "I know you." She said, "You don't know me, but I know you." She said, "A couple years ago, I went and visited your Center of Hope campus, and I heard inspirational stories about life change, faith, and hope. And it so impacted me, I went home and told my husband, I've got to do more." She said, "You've never met me, but I've established a nonprofit because of the life change I saw happen at your homeless care campus in Anaheim." Thank you for the great work this city is doing. We can reach higher, we can reach farther. Thank you for your time. God bless you.
Our next speaker, Brian Kay.
Happy day. You know, if you do what you did, you're going to get the same results. And you just keep doing that. You keep lying. You know, it's a shame because this council has lied to our new chief, Manny Sid. You're lying to the police officers. And I'm not even being an investigative journalist. I'm just hanging out, being one of the guys. And they're openly admitting, hey, yeah, we've been told this. We've been told that, and None of it's true. You know what happens when you lie to the chief of police and to the police officers? People die. And it keeps happening. You know, we almost understand the beating death of Kelly Thomas. Almost, maybe. But you've done this 30 times in Anaheim. You have 30 basically unarmed people who were beaten or shot by an Anaheim police officer because the Anaheim officer was told by you that that was acceptable, that that's what you expected them to do. And you keep doing it. They don't want to do it, but you keep telling them, you keep expecting it. And all it takes is for you to tell the truth. And you know, it's a shame, our mayor, a little coward. I don't remember being taught that Irish people were cowards. I don't remember being a Catholic being taught that as a Catholic I should be a coward and I should run and hide when somebody tells the truth. You know, everyone around her's admitted there's no evidence Mr. K resisted arrest or harassed or threatened a police officer. There's no evidence Mr. K committed any crimes whatsoever. But there's a lot of evidence that Anaheim police have committed a lot of crimes. And because you expect them to do that. Why? Why? And I mean, she's such a coward, she can't, what is she afraid of? She can't face me? She can't face the truth? I mean, she's got a whole team of police officers back there who'll walk right over and put a hole in the back of my head. And she's afraid of me. Y'all aren't afraid of me, you're afraid of the truth. And as soon as you start telling the truth, life will get a lot better for you and for everyone else. Happy day.
Mayor and City Council, that concludes our in-person comments. Noting for the record, we did receive electronic comments. One was related to item 23, one to item number 24, and 6 were general comments. Each of those were distributed to City Council as well as posted on the city's website that can be found at anaheim.net/public comment.
Thank you. We will now close the public comment portion of the meeting and move to council communications. If any council members have something to share, please ring in. Councilmember Moss.
Thank you. I have 3 slides to share. So there's a great new exhibit over at Museo. It started April 25th and it runs through July 12th. It's all around the history of vans and skateboard history here in Anaheim. In 1966, Paul Van Doren opened a small shoe factory at 704 East Broadway in Anaheim. They had no idea their grippy waffle-shoed sneakers would become the uniform of a cultural revolution. Concrete Wave celebrates Van's 60th anniversary as the gateway to exploring Anaheim's pivotal role in skateboarding, youth culture, and creative rebellion. From local skate parks to a global phenomenon, this is the story of how Anaheim innovation, entrepreneurial grit, and support for unconventional ideas created ripples worldwide. So this has been a real joy to be a part of. The idea for this exhibit was actually about 4 years ago. So I want to thank Kelly with Museo, Catherine Acosta with Vans, and Jim Fitzpatrick and Todd Hubert for the Skateboarding Hall of Fame for bringing this exhibit to life. And I just want to point out in the photo in the middle, bottom middle, that's the opening of the Concrete Wave Skate Park, and that is the Anaheim City Council at the time standing there to the left. So we have a lot of great history here in Anaheim, and this exhibit celebrates just one small part of it. Next slide, please. On Friday, May 25th, we have a cool event in District 5 over at Zion Lutheran Church. There's going to be a book discussion about automation and Disneyland and the rise of automation there. So this program is put on by the Anaheim Historical Society with help from Jane Newell over at the Heritage Center. All are welcome. The event is going to be from 6 p.m. until 9 p.m., again, over at Zion Lutheran on Friday, May 22nd. And last slide, on Saturday, May 23rd, from 2 to 3 p.m., we're going to be over at the Sunkist branch of the Anaheim Library. Former Anaheim police officer Rick Martinez is going to be there to share some early Anaheim police history. So we're going to have some special guests to share stories and, again, just talk about that early police history. All are welcome. We'll be there from 2 to 3 p.m. And then lastly, I just wanted to congratulate the team that put on the Eco Fun Fair over at Oak Canyon Nature Center on Saturday. It was really well attended. We had city departments from fire to public works there to share information and resources. So congratulations to Shawnee and your team over at Oak Canyon Nature Center. Thank you. Those are all my comments.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Leon and then Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I do have a few slides. But before I go into them, I just want to give a special shout out to JJ Jimenez and the Parks team from our Community Services Department for improvements that are currently going on at Chaparral Park with the basketball courts over there, trying to provide nice amenities for our residents and students that use that court over there, as well as all the improvements that have been happening at Circle Park. That was something that was requested by many of our District 2 residents that live in that area that obviously don't have access to some open spaces. And so I appreciate everybody on the team that's been working on that to make those improvements. I had the opportunity of stopping by my alma mater, Magnolia High School, as well as Loera High School, to recognize some seniors. And I really appreciate the warm welcome from the administration, as well as all of the parents and students, of course. I was proud to recognize Magnolia High School Sentinel of the Year, as well as some distinguished Loera High School volunteers who are graduating this year. I want to give a special shout out to Chris Warnaby and Jared Martinez from our Anaheim Public Utilities team, as well as Mr. Dooku Lee. We had my old school, Dale Junior High School, reached out about some concerns, actually a request of wanting to replace old outdated banners that they have outside of the school for a year-end celebration. And the Public Utilities team was on it right away, and I think it was a very quick turnaround. They were very much appreciative, and these are small touches that really improve the area and make everybody proud to be a Dale Lancer. So a big thank you to our Anaheim Public Utilities team. A special shout out to Mr. Scott Davis, who is the lead head custodian, I believe, at Walt Disney Elementary. He was actually the custodian over at Maxwell Elementary when I was a student there. He's going to be retiring after almost 40 years of service to the district. He actually attended as a student of the Magnolia School District and then came back and worked for them. And so I just want to give a special shout out to Scott and his entire family, as well as the entire Maxwell and Magnolia School District family as well. Definitely well-deserved retirement for him. But he's still one of my bosses. He still lives in District 2 and I believe as a neighborhood watch captain. And so I don't think his work is done 100% yet. So looking forward to continuing to work with him and just sending him big congratulations. Also want to congratulate the class of 2026. I have the distinct privilege of having 5 high schools in my district. So I want to give a special congratulations to the class of 2026, Savannah High School, Gilbert High School, Magnolia High School, Servite High School, and Loera High School. All of those students are going to be going on to bigger and better things, and I hope that they don't forget the city of Anaheim and that they're able to come back and make some positive changes for our community. And finally, I have to say it as they're playing right now, I believe, rooting for Anaheim Ducks today at Game 5, and looking forward to seeing them hopefully advance. But thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubalcaba and then Councilmember Bayless.
Thank you, Mayor Aiken. And I believe I do have some slides, Madam Clerk.
But I have the opportunity of representing 50,000 residents in the city of Anaheim, the city that I grew up in. And as a result, I am happy to share that housing is a priority for all of us on council. Many of you know we have also initiated policies that allow us to provide first-time home buyer programs and also assistance to people who need it in the city of Anaheim. And that's why I'm so proud to share the work that our city staff has done, as well as our city council, in collaboration with nonprofits to bring a troubled motel, to say the least, since I was a little girl. Motel 6 off of Harbor and the 91 freeway has been rehabilitated to permanent supportive housing. There are 87 units for individuals to live, and the mayor and I were able to, and Councilmember Bayless, were able to meet many of the new residents there and do a ribbon cutting in celebration of this wonderful collaboration with Link Housing. On site, they will have supportive housing services as well as a community garden and a lot of other resources. So I want to thank Grace, who I believe is here, and her housing and community development team for all of their efforts in making sure that we are building housing across our city for all socioeconomic status individuals. And then I'd also like to highlight, I went to Loera Elementary School for preschool, and I'm happy to recognize Mrs. Saldivar, who's the 5th grade teacher for their, fifth grade teacher there. She has been recognized as Orange County's Teacher of the Year finalist, which is a great recognition for our elementary schools. She runs the dual immersion program for the 5th grade class, and as many of you know, our dual immersion program in the city of Anaheim is award-winning. So I just wanted to make sure that we highlight the great educators who are really pouring into the children of the city of Anaheim. And I know our chief is back here, but I wanted to mention we had a massive enforcement effort which took place on April 23rd. Anaheim PD's gang unit worked with our Orange County Violent Gang Task Force and other federal, state, and local agencies. 2 of the warrants were served on households in District 3. And I am happy to say that after 2 years of investigatory collaborations with the led by Anaheim PD's gang enforcement in collaboration with other agencies, our streets are a lot safer. So thank you to Chief Sid in the back there and for our gang enforcement team for continuing to ensure that our streets are safe. And this is all about organized crime in the city of Anaheim, so they were able to make sure that we were taking off members of the Mexican Mafia and other individuals who had chosen to do illegal activity in the city of Anaheim. So thank you to our law enforcement partners here in the city, and as well as Anaheim PD and our gang enforcement. And then I also want to mention I attended Anaheim High School, graduated in '96, 30-year anniversary coming up, Carlos. But I also just wanted to mention a scholarship that I am working in collaboration with the Alumni Association. We will be giving $5,000 scholarships to students who have either attended Anaheim High School or reside in District 3. And we have also extended it to individuals who are recent graduates who just need some additional assistance as they are in their current process. They don't have to be in a 4-year university. It could be a trade school or community college. So the deadline is May 15th, and they will be announced next week at Anaheim High School. And then I also just wanted to recognize an individual who had a major impact on the city of Anaheim. But it is with a heavy heart that we honor the life and legacy of a proud Anaheim High School graduate, as well as a person who worked for the city of Anaheim for decades. He was a true public servant. He dedicated 30 years to the city of Anaheim, serving in public works, forensics, and code enforcement. He worked tirelessly to keep Anaheim beautiful through graffiti abatement, alley cleanups, and community efforts with Anaheim Beautiful and the Kiwanis. He also proudly served our country with 2 tours in Vietnam aboard the USS Virgo, and later served as a reserve policeman for the Placentia and Brea police departments. Anaheim was more than where he lived. It was the community he loved and served wholeheartedly for decades. His work ethic, patriotism, and commitment to others will not be forgotten. May Dick LaRochelle, whose son also recently retired from the Anaheim PD, may he rest in peace. And I request that Mayor Aiken please close the meeting in Dick LaRochelle's honor. LaRochelle's honor. My apologies. And that concludes my council comments.
Thank you. I know we're still a couple of weeks away from this, but we do not have another city council, so I'd just like to remind District 1 residents our open house meeting will be at Haskett Library between 5 and 7 p.m. on June 3rd. Thank you.
Thank you. Just wanted to thank small business, the McDonald family that owns and operates a McDonald's across the street from Disneyland, invited me for a tour and gave me a recognition as a beverage specialist after trying their new refreshers. But it was amazing. They hire a lot of students from local high schools part-time. The general manager of the store started working there decades ago and is now running the store. And they had so many people that just really love this family and love their job. So just wanted to highlight and thank them for having me. As Councilmember Rubalcaba mentioned, I also attended the ribbon cutting for the Azure housing facility at the former Motel 6. So just really proud of Grace and her team. It's another feather in our cap of what we can do when we really put our minds together to try to address some of the great housing needs that we have in the city. Lastly, I wanted to just mention, and I'll be closing the meeting as well in honor of Mary Hirahara. Mary was a lifelong community volunteer who dedicated her time to enriching the lives of a lot of people in Anaheim and across Orange County. She worked to preserve Japanese American history for future generations, and her legacy of service and philanthropy will continue to inspire all who knew her. It was really important to her for us not to forget the history and the impact of Japanese internment during World War II. So our condolences go out to her family. Next, it is the city manager's update. Mr. Interim City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor.
Greg Garcia.
Yes, just a quick item. We concluded the first successful year of a new partnership to help Anaheim students gain some real-world experience. Our Public Works Department partnered with the Anaheim Union High School District. Students of varying abilities visited our Public Works yard to see what our team does and what sort of public service careers might be open to them in the future. The program is a meaningful way for our staff to engage with Anaheim students and teach them how to do tasks and help grow their capabilities and confidence as they plan for their future. I'd like to thank our Public Works team and our partners at the school district for making this program such a success. Also, Mayor and Council, I'd like to add my voice to the thanks and congratulations to the housing team for the Azure project. Grace does such a great job with the HCD staff. They're working tirelessly to add new units all over Anaheim for those who need them. And then finally, as was mentioned earlier, just another pitch for our district community meetings that are coming up in June, first 2 weeks in June. Please check our website for those meetings. And then as we head into budget, we will be providing some updates to the community, not only during the budget workshop on the 9th, but also during those district community meetings. That completes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. So we will now recess the City Council to address the Anaheim Housing Authority agenda. Items 1 and 2 are before us. Is there a motion?
I'll move.
I'll second. Thank you. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
So we'll now adjourn the Housing Authority and reconvene the City Council to address the city's consent calendar. Items 3 through 20 are before us. Are there any members of council who wish to remove an item for further discussion? Councilmember Maas.
Item number 12.
Okay, seeing no other items to be pulled, can I have a motion to pass the remainder of the calendar?
Second.
Thank you. Please vote on the remainder.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. Councilmember Moss, you pulled item number 12. Would you like a staff report?
No staff report needed. I am just looking for the timeline for the project and then the reimbursement process.
So the timeline, the project's already underway, so they're looking to start that as soon as they get the right-of-way completion done. And then in terms of the reimbursement portion, that's done through a depositor's trust account. It's where we take a deposit from the developer. So the OC BIBE has already deposited the full $225,000 to cover the cost of the agreement, which after this agreement is executed, we will transfer that funding to the state.
Thank you. You mentioned it started. Do we have an expected date of completion?
Well, the project, the OC BIBE overall project has started, and specific to the ramps, that we still have to go through the design phase and permitting through Caltrans. So the goal is to try to get that done before the Olympics. And we're also looking at trying to partner with the OCTA project that's doing a widening on the 57 from Orangewood to Catella to see if we can incorporate some of this work into their project to get it done cohesively and more efficiently.
Great. A lot of great work being done. I do support this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to make a motion to pass this item?
I would like to make a motion to pass this item.
Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item 21 is a selection of an executive search firm to conduct the recruitment for the position of the city manager. Mr. Interim City Manager Greg Garcia, may I turn it over to you?
Yes, this item will be provided by our HR Director, Linda Andal.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. To my left is Luz Flores. She's the recruitment manager for Human Resources. Tonight's item is a recommendation that the City Council select an executive search firm to conduct the recruitment for the city manager and authorize the Human Resources Director to negotiate and execute an agreement directly with the firm that you select this evening. At the February 24th meeting, staff was directed to conduct a request for information process, or RFI, to solicit proposals from qualified executive recruitment firms to assist with the nationwide search following the vacancy that occurred on February 4th of this year. In response to that direction, the Human Resources Department contacted 10 executive firms with experience in public sector executive recruitments and invited them to submit proposals. The RFI emphasized several important qualifications, including demonstrated success recruiting city managers or other municipal executive positions, strong recruitment methodologies, the ability to effectively engage with elected officials and stakeholders, and a commitment to maintaining confidentiality throughout the process. As a result of the solicitation, the city received 6 proposals. 2 firms declined to participate due to scheduling conflicts, and 2 firms did not respond. A review panel consisting of 5 members of the executive leadership team independently evaluated the proposals based on several criteria, including qualifications and experience, recruitment strategy, stakeholder engagement, communication and transparency, and overall ability to meet the city's needs and council's needs. Following the evaluation process, CPS HR received the highest overall ranking, followed by Bob Murray and Associates. Given that a selection of the firm is scheduled for this evening, in the interest of maintaining a fair and professional process, copies of all proposals were forwarded to you for your early review and evaluation. However, it was not included in the packet since the selection has not yet been made. Council may select any one of the 6 firms regardless of the rankings that were presented to council on your staff report. Upon council selection this evening, the Human Resources Director will negotiate and execute an agreement with the selected firm. The selected firm will work collaboratively with the council to develop a recruitment profile, establish a recruitment timeline, and conduct a comprehensive nationwide recruitment process. The scope of work will include, but not limited to, stakeholder outreach and engagement, candidate recruitment and evaluation, presentation of qualified candidates for council consideration, and interviews, consistent reporting throughout the process to all members of the council, and background investigations. This is consistent with the direction that council provided us in February as well. Staff in the selected firm will also provide periodic updates to the City Council throughout the recruitment process to ensure transparency and ongoing communication. As mentioned earlier, the City Council may select any of the 6 responsive firms. Staff's evaluation was conducted to support an efficient and thorough process. Finally, although I have disclosed to each of you separately out of an abundance of caution for disclosure purposes pursuant to Government Code Section 1091.5 and to have it recorded in the official record, I'd like to share that I am one of 7 agency members of the Board of Directors of CPS, a joint powers authority which under California law is deemed a public entity. Anaheim has been a member agency of the JPA since May of 2003, so about 23 years now, and I serve solely as the city's representative. I do not receive any compensation for this role other than reimbursement for required travel expenses as permitted by law and CPS bylaws. The board meets in person once per year, and I travel once per year for that board meeting. Finally, it is important to note that the board has no authority, involvement, or role related to procurement or award of public contracts for the JPA. With that, this concludes my presentation, and Luz and I are available to answer any questions that you may have.
Hire Greg, save the city money. Thank you so much. So I have a question. Just wanted to start with the first question. Can you, if this item is approved, what is the timeline for sending out a, I guess, contacting the firm, entering into a contract, and then commencing the process?
We actually have a tentative timeline prepared for council. You'll see there the actions that we have taken since the vacancy occurred. Today is the selection of the firm. And Mayor, I know you mentioned that once approved, the selection is being made by council. There is not a recommendation from staff this evening. At the request of council, it was requested that the proposers be presented to council and council make a selection of the 6 firms. Between June and September, you see up there, we'll develop the brochure, stakeholder and community meetings, screen candidates, and then city council interviews. That is very fluid depending on conversation this evening or conversations that you may have with the selected recruiter. That can change as well if there's additional meetings that you would like with the executive recruiter. Assuming between June and September we accomplish all of that, a selection of the city manager can be made anytime between September and October.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks?
Has the city used CPS for executive recruitment?
Yes, we have.
Okay, recently?
Not recently.
Okay.
The last recruitment was in 2021 for the safety manager, in 2020 for the deputy planning director, and they were used previously for a previous city manager recruitment as well.
Okay. Well, I mean, I looked at them, and I would be fine with CPS. I think I would select Bob Murray over that. When the team rated the proposals, was there an interview process part of that, or they just rated it off the written proposal?
Excuse me, it was based off of the written proposal.
Okay. But we know the people. Have you worked with the people that are being proposed, or?
For the 2 top proposers, yes, I have worked with them as well as Luz.
Okay, and you have confidence in the specific individuals that they're recommending?
Absolutely.
Or that they're assigning to this?
Yes, they're very reputable, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, that's the extent of my comments, but I would be happy with, I'd lean towards Bob Murray and Associates, but I'd be also happy with CPS.
Thank you. Councilmember Bayless?
Thank you. I'll just quickly add my two cents here. I went through all of the proposals as well. I thought I saw both, or actually all three, Ralph Anderson, CPS, and Bob Murray as being incredibly qualified to handle the directive moving forward. So, but the one part to the end of this, and I think it's important sometimes to look at cost. I know the costs were included in here. So my question is this. When we went out with the RFI, did we have an idea of how many community meetings that we would be asking the recruiter to be attending? And I realize some of them seem to have an all-inclusive proposal, while others kind of piecemeal it, say, okay, here's the price, but if we have to do community meetings or whatever, there's additional fees to that. So I'm just curious how that played out.
That level of detail was not included in the RFI seeking proposals, but you are correct. There were a lot of optional and supplemental costs. I believe most of them had optional. So for example, Bob Murray and Associates identified that most of their stakeholder engagements would be virtually, and if there were any in person, then that would be at cost. CPS similarly, they were not specific to that. However, their proposal did mention teleconference, so I'm not sure if it's safe to assume that in person is at cost or no cost. That's where negotiations will take place. You saw the costs on each proposal. The recommendation tonight is to authorize up to $75,000, assuming that those additional costs will be added to meet council's desires for community and stakeholder meetings.
Okay, so that made it a little, I'm going to say that part of it kind of made it a little difficult to understand maybe who of the three, if all three are equally qualified, which one would be the best price. So let me ask you a question. I see up there June, September, and I see it in here. Let's just take the first one, develop a brochure. Is that something that we would rely on the recruiter to do, and it would be the extra fee, or is that something that we can do in-house?
That is included within the fee, and you would want to rely on the recruiter for that. The recruiter will meet with each member of the council to develop the city manager profile, and that would be included in the brochure.
Okay then, well, in that case, what I'll say is this, if we had to order them, I'd go Bob Murray, CPS, and then Ralph Anderson, so thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can I ask Linda, and I appreciate your time earlier, I know you walked me through some stuff. Can you clarify in terms of, let's just say the top two that have been ranked, is there a difference in terms of in-person versus virtual interviews, meetings, things like that?
I guess it would depend on the interest of council or who the recruiter is meeting with. In terms of interviews, that will definitely be in person. That will be an expectation that that is in person. For stakeholder meetings, they're the professionals here, and if you read through their proposals, many of them opined that virtual is adequate for this level because the community outreach does not have to be so extensive. In terms of virtual for meetings with you or internal stakeholders, it's really dependent on the person that they're meeting with. And if council would like to direct in-person meetings, then we can set that expectation with the consultant.
Okay, and then can I ask you if during this process, so can you clarify one more time for me? What is it that we're giving you direction? What direction are you looking from us right here, right now?
A selection of an executive recruitment firm, so it's one of the 6 that's presented on your staff report, as well as authority to enter into to negotiate and enter into a contract with the firm up to $75,000.
Okay. And so we're just giving you the authority up to $75,000. In terms of the actual contract negotiations themselves, that would be your team handling that with the consultant.
That is correct, and I will not be returning to council with that contract. You'll be providing me with the authority and approval this evening.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask you if during this process, because I'm looking at the timeline, right? If during this process we have conversations where maybe we decide that we don't want to move forward with the process, are we able to do that?
Absolutely. This is your recruitment, is at your discretion. You could go through with the process and conduct all of the interviews, and at the very end, decide to either, one, open another recruitment, or two, go with a candidate that wasn't even on the list. So it is city council's discretion.
Okay, thank you. And are there any, and I'm getting into the weeds a little bit, I apologize, but if we were to do that, would there be any, I guess you haven't negotiated the contract yet, but are there any like cancellation fees or anything that we would have to pay to the consultant if we decided, thanks, but no thanks?
I have to review the proposals for that language, but let me leave it at that. I don't want to guess. I would review the proposals with that language. It's something that we could address during the negotiation process of the contract as well.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rubacalva, and then Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you. I think Bob Murray does seem to be the one that appears to be more qualified. The list of city managers that they have recruited for other cities seems to be pretty strong. It's interesting, the price is pretty low compared to what I've seen other search firms do. So do we anticipate that they might come back? Because $35,000, that's extremely low. So I'm just concerned that plus, yeah, I know it's plus other expenses, but for the most part, usually that's pretty standard. But I'm not complaining, but it just seems too good to be true. The other question I have is stakeholder meetings. So they will have 7 people to work with, right? Because we are all equally leading the search for our new city manager. So how will that process work when it comes to determining which stakeholders we think that they should be meeting with? The city manager position is unique. It's not like recruiting a chief of police or another department head. A lot of people don't even know the city manager role exists or what they do. So I think the internal stakeholders are probably very important. So how will we be able to work with them? And are they gonna be able to deal with 7 people and then collectively, equitably take the charge from what we are providing them in terms of direction?
They are professionals and very experienced in their role. So yes, they will be able to deal with all 7 council members collectively and equally. That was very clear in the RFI as well. So I don't have a doubt that they will be able to execute that appropriately.
Have we used them before? They're a pretty well-known firm, right?
Yes, they are. They've been in business for about 35 years, and we have used them quite often.
What were some of the recruitments that we've used them for, and have those been recent?
We looked up the most recent. So in 2023, we used them twice for the police chief as well as the deputy police chief. I think I got my years wrong. Let me just start all over. That was in 2023, chief position as well as the deputy chief position. In 2025, the deputy planning director as well as the community preservation and licensing manager.
Okay, can you tell me
there are some others too. That was just a quick snapshot.
Yeah, I do recall, now I recall meeting with them. Can you explain a little more about CPS? Not that I don't think that the other recruitments were done or conducted professionally, but I'm interested in having somebody who maybe not as acquainted. I really just want to make sure the person that we recruit in Anaheim is not necessarily from the region, but somebody who can lead our city forward. There's a lot of concerns that I have in terms of making sure that we have somebody who's strong enough to push back on special interests in our city. So I'm interested in understanding a little more about CPS and how involved they've been, because I think it's interesting. I know they only listed city managers, but if I was applying for a job in a city, I would probably say that I've done some work on other recruitments that have been important to our city. So can you share a little more about CPS? Because they are seeming more appealing to me at the moment.
Sure, CPS, well, let me take a step back. You mentioned they only included city managers. We asked in our RFI for the responses to include city managers or executive level recruitments only. CPS has conducted many. They've been in business for 40 years. They've conducted executive recruitments for the last 20 years. They are a JPA, as I mentioned earlier in my disclosure, as well as to all of you individually. They were a JPA that were formed by the State Personnel Board, as well as 2 counties, the City of Anaheim and a utility special district. They were formed for the purpose of ensuring that that public sector challenges can be faced by public sector employees. So not only do they do complete recruitments, they offer a host of human resources and other types of governmental services. Just a quick example, if I was short on staff and I would be able to reach out to CPS because of the type of work that they do, and they can come in and pretty much run an HR department, if you may. They can also come in and they have public employees on staff to assist in other areas of public sector as well. So that's a little bit about CPS, but in terms of recruitment, they have been doing it for over 20 years. They have very experienced recruiters that serve them and are employed by them, as well as a whole host of other types of public sector work.
And I like that they also included examples of some of their outreach. So I think for me, my first choice would probably be CPS, and then potentially the other one, what's it? Bob Murray. Thank you. But I do have some concerns about Bob Murray, so.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz, and then Councilmember Moss.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Some of my questions were answered. I too am leaning towards CPS because of their the breadth of their experience, and I like the fact. First of all, I also want to say, Linda, to you and your team, thank you for the communication that you've had with council, and I appreciate the fact that all of us are getting messaged at the same time so that we all have the opportunity to absorb that information and making yourself available for questions. It's much appreciated. So I'm feeling more and more comfortable with the process as you're going through it, just because you've kept us all in the loop, and I appreciate that. Having said that, if a vote were to be taken right now, I would vote for CPS. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Moss?
Thank you. CPS would also be my top choice. I'm looking at some of the cities that they have worked for, and County of Orange, City of Phoenix, San Diego County. So just looking at the cities that they have served versus some of the others, they would be my first choice, followed by Bob Murray.
Thank you. With no further comments, oh, sorry, Councilmember Bayless.
I'll just quick chime in here again. Councilmember Leon brings up an interesting situation, I guess, that I didn't consider, which is, what if we get to the end and want to cancel? I didn't notice any cancellation language in any of the contracts, but I would imagine that each firm would be at least want to bill whatever that they have for the services that they've done. But one of the interesting things that I did see is that a couple of them indicated that they would guarantee the position for at least a year. And if the applicant should happen to leave within the year, that they would come back out. And I think one of them said they would actually do a free professional research. Others said they would do it again, but still likely be charged. But it was kind of nice to see that at least the top 3 we're looking at all had a guarantee on there of something to that effect. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Well, I agree. I think that I know who was on our executive panel, and they're people that I respect and trust in our organization. So I'd like to make a motion to authorize our HR director to enter into an agreement with CPS. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 22, it's a review of the draft Anaheim Economic Development Strategic Plan for 2026 through 2031. Mr. Interim City Manager Greg Garcia, can we have a staff report?
Yes, Mayor, excited to bring forward this next item. It's the Economic Development Strategic Plan. Sergio Ramirez and his team have been working on this for quite some time and have put together a great document. So we're excited to share it with you tonight and seek your ultimate approval to move forward. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Sergio.
Thank you, Greg. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. I'm joined by Deputy City Manager Ted White, Al Zelinka of Baker Tilly, and Jake Cleary, Property Development Manager. In the audience, we are also joined by Sean Badanian, Business Development Manager, and Kevin Engstrom of Kaiser Marston Associates, our city's economic consultants. By way of background, on April 2nd, 2024, the Anaheim City Council adopted the citywide strategic plan. A key priority of the strategic plan is Goal F, promoting economic development and tourism, which directs the city to pursue initiatives that attract and retain businesses, promote job creation, and sustain a strong, diverse local economy. To achieve this goal, the City Council identified 10 strategies, including creating and implementing a strategic economic development plan. To deliver on this directive, the city engaged Baker Tilly to partner with the Economic Development Department on the development of the Economic Development Strategic Plan. Over the past 12 months, Baker Tilly has reviewed operations, procedures, funding, and service capacity, as well as conducted community engagement and gathered input from businesses, developers, property owners, brokers, residents, city departments, and you, the City Council. In just a minute, I will turn it over to Mr. Zelinka to have him walk you through our strategic plan and the development process. However, before doing so, I believe it's important to highlight Mr. Zelinka's experience. Prior to joining Baker Tilly, he served as city manager for the cities of Riverside and Huntington Beach, and prior to that, served as the community development director for the neighboring city of Fullerton, where he oversaw economic development. He holds professional certifications in economic development. And with that, I'd like to ask Al to take it away.
Thank you, Sergio. Good evening, Mayor Akins and members of the council. Al Zelinka with Baker Tilly. As Greg and Sergio noted, you're receiving a presentation this evening of a practical, implementation-focused economic development roadmap responsive to your priorities and Anaheim's needs in its corridors and districts. The 5-year plan translates your policy from 2024 into the city team's actions. One note up there on your wall, the top 2 priorities that you have that were identified by the council in 2024. First one is address neighborhood and commercial blight, and the second is create and implement an economic development strategic plan. This effort tonight is a culmination of that direction that you provided and the priority that you placed on that effort. Next slide, please. Oops, yeah, that's it. As Sergio mentioned, there has been a very extensive outreach effort over the last year to result in the foundational components of this very important strategic plan. In addition to the interviews that we conducted with the council, there's been interviews with department heads, meetings with department heads, a number of roundtables with businesses, as well as meetings with residents and surveys as well. And speaking of surveys, we had 2 very significant, lengthy surveys that were sent out to members of the business community and the real estate community, and had over 175 participants that really provided one component of the input to this strategic plan. Over 352 residents participated in 6 district meetings pertaining to the Economic Development Strategic Plan and the 3 roundtables that I mentioned earlier for small businesses, medium and large businesses, and developers and brokers were attended by over 75 people. And those 2-hour sessions, there were 3 of them, allowed for some very in-depth exchange and insights from those who are in the trenches, leading businesses, developing property, et cetera. All of that process combined culminated in much of the foundation for the strategic plan. Next, please. On top of the inputs from people and businesses and organizations, a second foundation of this plan is economic information. And as Sergio mentioned, we have Kaiser Marston here this evening. They provided some very important economic information for the strategic plan. There's 12 pages of infographic level insights in the strategic plan, but there's much more information behind it that Kaiser Martin has. But all of that helped build this strategic plan. So the strategic plan framework is not unfamiliar to you. It's very much akin to the strategic plan for the city as a whole. There are goals, which are outcomes. There's strategies, which is the approach to those outcomes. And there's actions, which is basically a to-do list. One of the differences between the way this is structured and your citywide strategic plan comes from learning over the last 2 years. And that is that we organize the to-do list, if you will, by actual years, 2027, 2028 and 29, 2030 and 31, and we identified which department is going to lead which action and which departments are going to be supporting those actions. That way, the council, the public, and staff are aware of who's responsible for what, and that there's an ability for all to hold one another accountable to performing the council's policy direction. As I present the remainder of the strategic plan out of an interest in time and also given your familiarity with the draft and the staff report and your journey along with us for the last year, I'm going to focus on the goals and strategies. However, when we get to the conclusion of the presentation, we will have up on the screen the entire strategic plan. So if you have questions about actions or suggestions or any specific feedback, we can flip through the pages and get your comments in real time. Next. So for Goal A, attract and retain businesses, there's 3 strategies and 7 actions behind this goal. I'm going to just kind of read through the strategies quickly. The first strategy to attract and retain business is to tell the Anaheim story locally, regionally, nationally, and globally. Secondly, to attract industries central to generating tax revenues for the general fund. Third, proactively support existing businesses to retain jobs and encourage expansion. One of the key takeaways from this goal and how it all rolled up together from all of the input is that the attracting and retaining businesses is important for just the surface reasons of businesses are the backbones of the economy of cities, and they developed they're important for the strong tax base and the quality jobs across all districts in the city of Anaheim. The next goal is to promote tourism, hospitality, sports, and entertainment. There's 2 strategies and 4 actions. The strategies are expand lodging, dining, and entertainment options, and position Angel Stadium property for long-term success. Tourism remains an economic engine in the city, and the focus of that strategy is on preparing for growth and opportunities. And secondly, important about balancing the citywide benefits with neighborhood stability. And then with respect to Angel Stadium, economic development and other departments would be supporting the city manager's lead in positioning that property over time. Next, please. Goal C is support small businesses. There's 4 strategies and 10 actions related to supporting small businesses. The strategies include strengthen and local retail and restaurant ecosystem to serve residents and attract visitors, to serve as an information and referral resource for business financing opportunities, to leverage city partnerships and programs to increase business visibility and sales, and fourth, strengthen small and micro business navigation and support. What we heard from the business community is that one of the greatest roles that economic development can play to support their success is to be a conduit for access to capital, to help elevate the visibility of those businesses, and to focus on navigating the various processes and regulations and the learning curve of small business. What we took away from this roll-up of the goal is that the greatest outcome is that we can have more seamless business experiences and stronger local corridors and districts by supporting the small businesses that comprise them. The next goal, Goal D, is to continue the revitalization of Anaheim's commercial corridors. For this goal, there's 5 strategies and 10 actions. The 5 strategies are manage and dispose of the successor agency's property portfolio and other obligations. Second, implement the development of 39 commons. Third, package investable sites by district and corridor. Fourth, foster a vibrant center city. And fifth, revitalize key corridors. What we learned from this journey that we were on over the last year is that there's a great desire for visible improvements throughout the corridors and districts of the city. Everything from cleanliness and safety to reinvestment of underutilized properties and buildings. It was very important that tangible improvements that residents and businesses can see are achieved through this implementation of the strategic plan. And the final goal, Goal E, this is to assess departmental structure and sustainable funding strategies. About 5 years ago or so, the council made the very thoughtful decision to support a standalone economic development department. And with that came a budget that was comprised of one-time revenues and declining revenues from the dissolution of redevelopment, successor agency funds. And what we learned through this process is that there is support from all aspects of the community and from all of the inputs we received to continue the economic development department because the focus is something that is valued by many. And to do that is to take a view of addressing the declining funding and put in place incrementally a more sustainable funding program to sustain the economic development department. The end outcome is that the city is, over time, better positioned to deliver results efficiently. And a couple other points is it was really elevated to awareness that economic development is the entire city organization's job. Every department has a different piece of it. And supporting that strengthening of that muscle of the city team working optimally together was something that was appreciated by all. And then, of course, it's a never-ending journey to always refine the development review process, and that was something that was important as well. And with that, I'll hand it over to Sergio for the final comments.
Thank you, Al. Mayor and City Council. This concludes our presentation. We've provided you with hard copies at your desks, and also, as Al mentioned, we'll bring up in a minute here the digital version on your screen. Staff recommends that you review, discuss, and provide staff with any direction or desired edits, and ultimately make a motion for approval subject to those edits or changes that you'd like. Thank you. We're available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Sergio. I believe the mayor stepped out briefly. I believe some folks have run in. Councilmember Meeks.
Thank you. Some of the things, like the key corridor revitalization, I know we're investing a lot in that. It seems like part of that effort should be partnering with code enforcement to do active enforcement in the conditions of the properties, even like we saw some of the billboards a couple of weeks ago and things like that. I mean, I think we have an obligation to our businesses and our residents to make sure that our city is meeting certain standards across the city, not just, you know, in certain areas where a neighbor might care, but everybody deserves a level of expectation, and that's businesses and residents alike. So I'd like to, you know, see what we're doing in that area, and then maybe how we can improve that to help with economic development. One of the other things that we're doing that, you know, we would identified as important to our businesses, and we've already taken steps to do the permit streamlining task force and making sure that the city, all the departments continue to collaborate on that, and that our businesses have an easy and successful route to opening their business and having success. But there's also, I'm wondering if there's other things, like one of the things I saw in here that surprised me was that we had lower than average high school graduation rates for our workforce in Anaheim. And do you think, I mean, is that something that as people look to locate their business, is that something that they're looking at? And even if it's not the biggest factor, is that something that maybe our libraries can do classes for GED or something? I think it's important to businesses to have an educated workforce within our city, but it's also important to the young people that are coming out of school or maybe dropping out of school, but having that opportunity to get that high school diploma to correct their, you know, whatever reason they dropped out of school. And we're looking at a generation that had a tough time with COVID. And I think it may have really reduced our graduation rates. And is there something our libraries can do? They do so many wonderful programs. Is that something that maybe we can look at to help? And I think it might help our economic development also. So those are my thoughts on it.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Leon, and then Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate staff's work on this. I'm looking at the actual plan. Under Goal D, continued revitalization of commercial corridors. I noticed that a number of the actions that are associated with the strategies, they're ongoing. Almost all of them are ongoing. I wanted to ask, are there some KPIs that are tied to some of these actions? Is there a more detailed level of goals for these? As some of them seem a little broad, and so I just want to know, how are we measuring that?
Mayor Pro Tem, great question. Actually, because that item was so large and it does encompass a lot, there's quite a bit. Oh, sorry, Ted's dialing, making calls here, phoning a friend. That section does have quite a bit of items for. So just maybe I can identify. Staff has identified several KPIs that we'd like to establish for the various districts and areas for the Canyon. One of the things that we're doing, we've actually launched we're actually engaging several consultants to conduct economic analysis to be able to zero in on the industries that we can hopefully attract, and looking at also the landscape of the entitlement process there to see what types of large companies we can attract, employment. Looking at, we're doing actually a focused analysis on life science, advanced manufacturing, and defense. For Tile Mile, we're actually looking to also grow the business community, install monumentation, and potentially look at a business improvement district. In your district with Little Arabia, we're also looking to expand the business improvement district and have efforts to, in the coming year, to launch and hopefully come back to the business community for interest in a business improvement district. On Beach Boulevard, of course, continue the efforts of the Rebuild Beach team and a lot of the great efforts by the housing department, code enforcement, and police. But certain KPIs include bringing some of the retail projects to fruition, and also just continuing reducing some of the code enforcement and calls for police. And in Center City here, continuing the efforts of the former, based on the improvements of the prior redevelopment agency, continuing to, again, help small business and attract business to the area, and looking at continued placemaking opportunities to help grow Center City.
I appreciate that, Sergio. Can I just ask, maybe as an example, looking at number 3, package investable sites by district and corridor, the action that's tied to that is develop industry-specific attraction packages and marketing materials to target and recruit high-growth sectors. So I guess my question is, in terms of is there a timeline for those? Are there, deadlines that we're going to have for the team? And I apologize if I'm going into the weeds. It's an ongoing goal, and I understand that, right? We're always going to want to attract more businesses. We're always going to want to improve and put these packages and materials together. But I'm just wondering, in terms of specific steps, as to, we know what the goal is there a roadmap as to how we're getting there that isn't necessarily listed here? And if there is, great. You don't necessarily have to go through, the 20-point map, but that's, I guess, does it make sense what I'm trying to ask?
It is. One of the goals from identified was also creating a strategic marketing communication plan. And one of the things that we'd like to do is make sure that we're able to tell that Anaheim story, kind of what are our strengths. We know that, of course, our public utility is an incredible asset to the city, and we've heard that from businesses, developers, and being able to make sure that we're working with our partners in public utility, public works, to being able to say, what are the incentives, what are the factors in segments that really set us apart.
And in terms of a timeline, though,
for us, that communication plan is like one of the most important things in the next year.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you. And then just one more comment, and you brought it up, but I would like to add it to this plan, is exploring and hopefully forming a business improvement district in Little Arabia District. I know you would probably want more time. In my mind, if we can do it in the next few months, but if we can do it in the next couple of years, I know that it's a heavy lift. But in conversations with a lot of business owners on brokers, there's an openness and, dare I say, excitement about potentially doing something like that. And so I want to make sure that we're doing everything on the city side, that we're informing them, that we're following the process in terms of what we can or can't do. So if possible, if we could add that in under Goal D, I think it would be adding, is it E or D?
It would be Goal E. So under Goal D, but I think that, under Goal D, from what I understand, it's in there, but I think from what I hear from the Mayor Pro Tem, he'd like to call it out and have it be its standalone item. So it would basically be an E, if I'm understanding, and he would like that in year 2027.
So Goal D, Strategy 5, adding an action E.
I just would like to clarify that Goal D, Action D, includes continued revitalization of key commercial corridors, i.e. Beach Boulevard, Center City, Little Arabia, North Euclid, Tile Mile, et cetera, with an emphasis on public improvements, cleaning, monumentation, et cetera, and support for locally initiated business improvement district formations. So I think we're covered there in terms of, you know, the support where we want to see that happen, and we want to be able to support them as they go forward with that.
Okay, so what I'm hearing you say is that's included in Action D, and we don't need to have a separate standout item on there.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Kurtz and then Councilmember Rubacalva.
Thank you for the information. One thing you did mention at the beginning is the need to diversify the economy of our city. We've talked about it a lot. We were very reliant, overly reliant on one industry. And we learned a few years ago that that's not good. So I'm glad there is an emphasis to try and diversify that. At the same time, you are not negating the need to promote the same thing that we're relying on: tourism, hospitality, sports, and entertainment. And thank you for noting that in so many of these items, it is a citywide department effort, not just economic development. And you working with the Sports and Convention Center and the information, the very valued information that they have on what visitors, conventions need in our city to make a decision to come to our city, stay in our city, spend money in our city. The information that Mr. Morton has is invaluable because it's there, it's real. The other thing I want to emphasize, and I know you've included them, but I can't find them quickly, and that is our public safety, police and fire. Try as you might to promote tourism, to improve the corridors, do all of that. If we don't have a safe city, we're not going to have any of that. So want to make sure that someplace in the preface of it, you're noting the importance of keeping our city safe and how reliant we are on them. I know convention sales are very reliant. That's how we get some of them, because we are safe. And so we want to make sure that for everything we want to do here, you're not going to have small businesses wanting to move in to a city where they don't feel safe for themselves or their customers. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubacalva and then Councilmember Maz.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I just want to thank you, Sergio, because I think I requested this when I first got elected. So I'm glad to see that we are looking at a strategic plan. And thank you to everybody who's made an effort to get us to this point. So you know me, I'm all about attracting and retaining. I think that is the ultimate definition of economic development. So I'm going to first address some of the things I really like about it, and then I'm going to address the concern I have about the additional budget requests that you have asked for, because I do think that your department's funded pretty well. So we can talk about that a little bit. But the first one, I really do appreciate Goal A. I think that for the most part, everything that you have listed in here is important for attracting and retaining businesses in Anaheim. I'm particularly excited about certain things that we have coming here, like the Porsche dealership, which will generate a lot of tax revenue. And I think that we should be thinking big like that. I love restaurants, but they don't generate as much as others. And we know that their fail rate, unfortunately, can be pretty high, 95%. Tend to fail in the first, 5 years. So I think that's something to be very mindful about, and what types of businesses we're bringing into the area. I represent the downtown area, so we've seen a lot of turnover. I think it's important too that we're working with some of our developers in the area, and I'm not to point out anybody, but to point out the group that owns the Packing House. They do tend to, I'll say, gouge some of their small businesses. So they get in, they make a really great first impression, and then all of a sudden their lease is skyrockets, and they can no longer survive. So we lose a business. And I don't want to see that. So I think part of your economic development strategy, if it could also be to address some of those issues. I agree, Goal B, I think that we can leave a lot of that to Visit Anaheim. But I do understand how important it is for us to attract outside. So I thank you for working with Mexico when we had our dignitaries here and they were bringing tech interest, but that didn't really cost us a lot. We had the ability to work with the consul and their connection. So I think if we just get really creative with the partnerships that we're building, so our different agencies that are connected to international companies, I think are a great way to attract outside businesses. So I would love to see more of that coming into Anaheim, because those generate good paying jobs, and we definitely have availability in terms of commercial property for some of those to take place. I would also recommend leveraging some of the associations that you guys currently are part of, because they are developing programs and they are well versed with businesses that are looking for new headquarters. That would be great for Anaheim. And we had a public speaker here earlier today, the Orange County Business Council, they do that. So that is something I think that we should consider. The revitalization of commercial corridors, I see the value, but I'm also concerned that we spend too much on signage and not enough on actually getting businesses in the area. I love to see that we have, name an industry. Aerospace, but I want to see more aerospace. I don't just want to see the sign, I want to see the actual businesses and the jobs that we're generating. Opportunity zones are really challenging to work with, but I do see the value if we can actually make it happen. But we could also partner with firms like the firm that's helping with this, because oftentimes you guys are the ones that are the experts on helping businesses utilize those opportunity zone dollars, because those are federal and they can be very difficult to navigate. And then I think I'm a little bit concerned with Goal E, because I also am mindful of interdepartmental challenges. So I think it would be good to understand what planning is a very important department, especially when we're getting new businesses here, because if the process is good, then a business is able to open up here. And I know that Heather is leading that charge pretty effectively. So I would be concerned that we're gonna interweave into departments that may convolute the situation even more. So that's the feedback that I have on all that. So a little bit about the budget. Can you share with me, because I heard you guys ask a couple times about greater investment. What is the current budget? Because I just don't have it off the top of my head, but I know that we did increase your budget during the last budget cycle.
Sure, Council Member. Our budget is primarily composed of two sources. We have a general fund transfer, which is based upon a formula, a portion of former successor agency or redevelopment revenues that were redirected to the general fund. We get a fraction of that, and that funds a portion of our operations. The other portion of our budget is composed of the one-time sale of successor agency properties. Those are one-time revenues that when the property is sold, we lose that revenue stream, and that is a dwindling revenue source. The challenge that we have is that our operations are funded by both sources. So in effect, a significant portion of our operation is funded by one-time declining revenue sources. We identify that as an issue in the strategic plan. We don't identify a solution to that problem. I think our goal was primarily to call that out and initiate conversations with the City Council, with City Manager's Office, and also with Finance to begin to address that fundamental issue.
Did you guys provide a slide on what that breakdown looks like? What's the total budget that you currently have right now, and then what percentage of that comes from general fund?
Second.
Councilmember, I'm not sure
I'm so sorry, we don't
we
have
have
that
that
number.
ready, although we will have that ready for our budget conversations in June. And we can, part of the conversation will already be what portion they're funded with general fund and the types of funds that to fund them and the declining fund that they reference. And so I, like you, agree that this goal is important because it calls out the fact that we have to come up with a solution to make sure that whatever model we put together is sustainable for the long term. And so you'll
Yeah,
hear.
although I would like to see what results we're currently, not that we're not working hard, but I would like to see what results have been generated through economic development thus far. So I think that's what I'm most interested in.
Sure.
I always love to see key performance indicators just so that we can understand where our taxpayer dollars are going. And I know we'll see that during the budget cycle, but when we are putting that into a strategic plan to maintain funding, it's hard for me to kind of take that in and say, okay, we should definitely look for a solution when we don't really know how it's being utilized at this time.
And it doesn't, the plan doesn't say to what extent we plan on funding them and what sources, but it's
It just
just,
says that it's
we need to
needed.
come up with a plan.
Yeah.
Because if we want all the good things in this plan to occur, we need to find a way to make that happen.
Right, and I'm not sure that all the things in this plan need to be done through economic development. I guess that's the point I'm trying to make, is they're all very good ideas, but it's a lot of really good ideas, and I don't really think that we'll be able to execute on all of them. So I would prefer to focus on things that we can actually see results of, and attracting and retaining is one of them. And so I appreciate what you guys have shared, but I just want to make sure that we stay focused for the best results and not kind of be all over the place when it comes to, because not everything falls into economic development. A lot of this could be marketing or communications, and maybe we need to enhance those departments. So that's my 2 cents at this point. But thank you. This is a beautiful presentation, and I love all the work that has gone into it, and I am excited to see how it'll be executed once we decide what will be moving forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Maz and then Councilmember Bayless.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the work that has gone into this document. I know we have really exciting projects like OC Vibe and Disney Forward on the horizon. It's really important to me that our small businesses feel as cared for as our big projects do. How are we reaching out to small businesses that don't typically engage with us?
We try to use partner organizations to make sure that we're outreaching. One of the things that many of you also know is that our department does a good effort to get out there and boots on the ground whenever we're actually marketing events and also meetings, community meetings. But we also, one of the things that we actually had a lot of success with actually as part of this process was actually roundtables. We actually found that we had focused, when we had focused roundtables on small business, we had great interest. And I think that being able to have use that mechanism to be able to invite folks and have use actually like the Gordon Hoyt, which was a great venue, or in the Canyon, the East Anaheim facility, gym facility, would be great opportunities for us to be able to, in addition to marketing and using the different mechanisms that we have of social media, but I think also the roundtables is something that we saw as a very productive, successful marketing plan.
If I may, as an outsider sitting in the business roundtables, what was super exciting was actually seeing two businesses who knew nothing about each other realize that all these years they've been sourcing their products from outside of Anaheim, and if they knew about each other, which they now do, now they're supporting one another, and they made a verbal commitment to work with one another. And you'll see Goal C, Strategy 4, both Action B and C are a direct result of that Sergio and his team said we have to procure a business-to-business database of Anaheim businesses so that we can connect these businesses and people can just source it online, and then also coordinate these quarterly business-to-business roundtables, like Sergio said, so that these connections, these synergies can be made, because they were applauding, they were giddy about this convening that Sergio and his team put together. So that's some examples.
Thank you. And I know we talk about diversifying revenue streams a lot, and I just want to emphasize the desire to lean into industries that aren't as vulnerable to economic downturn. So like we've talked about biotech, defense spending, things like that. That would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Bayless?
Thank you very much. be as quick as I can here. I'm going to add my 2 cents. First off, thank you to staff. I definitely see a well thought out plan here that you guys have put together. I wasn't going to mention it, but since one of our council members already did it, I'm going to hit the nail on the head twice, because this is something that I have told, I know, at least half of you up there at least a dozen times, and that is, it's great to have the strategic plan, and it's important. And what was mentioned was safety and security. And this is a big deal in and around Beach Boulevard, but I want to attract the best businesses that I can, and I believe this plan will do that. But on the same token, we also need to have the area considered safe so that I can attract, say, a Cheesecake Factory or, you know, some other type of business that's there that's looking at the area and saying, well, we have these items going on. So, of course, anytime I get the opportunity to say that, I'm going to say it out loud. So thank you, Councilmember Kurtz, for bringing that up. The other thing that I wanted to just point out, you know, we brought up Visit Anaheim. I do know that the economic development that we're looking at here is not what Visit Anaheim is doing. Visit Anaheim is selling Disneyland. They're selling the hotels. They're saying, hey, bring your vacation here. This here is saying, hey, look, bring your business to Anaheim, interact with the residents that are there. We will be your customers. And I think you've done a good job, anyways, creating a plan to get those businesses to come to Anaheim. But I think it's important that you know, we continue to advertise that. And you know, even though sometimes you're going to get out there and maybe you don't get the business that is out there, but you know, every time we go to a ribbon cutting, there's definitely a box in the KPI metric that said, hey, look, this is what you guys have been working on. I know you've done a great job, and I'll leave it at that. So thank you.
Thank you. I had a couple questions, and I apologize, I did not put them in order. So starting with D, I know Councilmember Rubalcaba brought up the opportunity zones, and Sergio, you and I have talked about going after more federal dollars for areas throughout the city, not just downtown, that are in these opportunity zones, both state and federally. And so I was actually pleased to see that is in there. Just a kind of more 50,000-foot question. How flexible do you see this strategic plan being? And the reason I ask is when we went through the strategic plan for our city, putting forward goals, strategies, we have to still realize that there's going to be unanticipated actions or things that happen in the economy. So how do you see, how much flexibility do you see being in this plan?
Extensive flexibility. The reality is that we have to be flexible because of changing economic conditions and priorities that may change. One of the things that we are building into is being able to come back on an annual basis, either as part of the city's larger strategic plan update or a more focused economic development update to be able to revisit these goals and actions.
Thank you. And continuing on D, I know that there was state legislation that is pushing housing on major corridors that is near transportation hubs or close to transportation hubs. Have we looked into doing something in the city that would encourage some of our strip malls that are now mostly vacant to look at kind of automatic zoning changes for mixed use or more housing to create a larger customer base on our bigger corridors?
Yes, as part of the recently adopted housing element and the implementation plan, the rezoning program that came with updates to the zoning code, areas of the city that are mid-block, underutilized, lower level commercial, some of the older strip malls, you can actually do by right housing without having to go through a rezoning process.
But does that include mixed use if there's a commercial portion of it?
It generally does not. It's residential only. Mixed use has a very checkered and challenged kind of past. It works in at really kind of key intersections or walkable communities, but it's been a real challenge for the market to support mixed-use projects at kind of mid-block locations. It hasn't been very successful over the past 20, 25 years or so.
Okay, thank you for that. And I'm going to ask this a couple of times, but what are we doing to get that information from our housing element out to developers?
Yes, we've got a lot of tools available, and I can tell you, housing developers are some of the most aggressive. They've got entire teams that are out there looking and pounding the pavement and building actually relationships. I'm always amazed how the housing developers actually know the names of the grandchildren of the property owners because they've talked to them so many times and are trying to find opportunities to build housing. So they are very much aware of the opportunities that exist in Anaheim.
Thank you. When we talk, one of the goals stated, and I'm sorry I didn't write down, when we talk about investment in the downtown neighborhood, to invest in parking, to invest in other components, how much are we working with the Downtown Anaheim Association to address things like the cost of rent, vacancy rates in the properties that they're leasing? Because I believe a lot of it is owned by one landlord that kind of has the majority of the Downtown Anaheim Association properties.
The association doesn't property manage the retail. That is actually managed by the individual property owners. There is the lab or Center for the Universe is one of the owners. They own most of the small shops along the north side of Center Street, but you also have other property owners that own the office buildings, the Disney Travel Building, and of course the city is a partner there. The Downtown Anaheim Association manages the common space and the activation of that space. But the city is a board member of that association, and we meet monthly to go over any of the items and issues that they have. But individual leasing of property and actually the vacancy there of Center Street is actually pretty low.
Okay, thank you. As far as, and I know we've had a lot of conversations on this, but when you talk about marketing and telling Anaheim's story, is there going to be any request to work with a professional marketer to tell our story? I know we do some ads in the Orange County Business Journal, but talking about Anaheim, but when I go out and kind of toot our horn and talk about our public utilities and our electric rates, et cetera, it's always a surprise to people. And so I want to work with someone that can professionally tell our story and help people understand that their bottom line and overhead will be less when they open up a business or an HQ in Anaheim. And to build on that, what is our marketing plan to tell our stories of success? For instance, Arizona Tea, interviews and kind of putting it out there to do interviews with the public utilities general manager about Anaheim's electrical rates, water rates, and just getting positive pieces in all of our local media on what we've done well.
Mayor, absolutely. That would actually be this department's recommendation and preference, utilizing outside firm to really kind of tell a kind of the story, a well-structured story about Anaheim's assets, but also engaging in discovery and strategy of how to place us in competition with national and global communities that we compete with for the same type of business: tourism, bioscience, manufacturing, and being able to, of course, meet with stakeholders such as yourself, business leaders, and departments to be able to ensure that we're able to put together a bespoke packet of marketing tools, but also narratives that we're able to tell.
Yeah, because I think if we can utilize social media, local, I know we don't have a very vibrant local media market, but we still do have some. And I would like to just see more pieces featuring some of our CEOs or some of our success stories. And I mentioned Arizona Tea, but that is something that I really think more people should know about. And we have a lot of little-known secrets, and I'd like to just work more on getting publicity out for when we do kind of hit a home run and get a new business in the resort district. I'm sorry, in the city. As far as the goal B for the resort district, have we done an analysis out of your department on the success or not success of the old subsidy program? And do we have any information on any new development that has come to the city after the subsidies sunsetted?
Mayor, we have not done a formal analysis of that program. However, I can share with you that some of the assumptions made at the time in 2016 when that program was put in place, the cost of the actual hotels ended up being higher, and of course, the result of what the expectations of both the benefit to the city have exceeded those expectations or assumptions that were originally assessed. But I think that it would be great to be able to look back, to do a review and look at the benefit, because I think with the expansion both by Disney and the investment in OC Vibe, based on what you see in the report, our demand for hotel rooms is going to grow, and I think we're going to have an opportunity to hopefully capture that here in our city and not lose development opportunities to our neighboring cities.
Thank you. And I have another kind of zoning question. Have we, as part of the goal B, I would like to see a push towards changing and updating our zoning along Harbor Boulevard. A lot of the hotels have mentioned that, they have a different standard of rooms per acre than hotels that are a bit farther away from the park. And maybe that's something that we could address globally as opposed to having them come in and do parcel by parcel, especially now that the bridge is going to be started, I think, at the end of this year. They're going to start construction soon on that bridge. I love the idea of dashboards. I think every department should have a dashboard because it just keeps us all accountable, and it's easy for the public to then keep us accountable about whether we're meeting the goals that we talk about. And I really appreciate the cross-department emphasis because, obviously it would be nice to have, especially for businesses that are new to the city or trying to open, to not have these complaints that it takes a year or a year and a half to open doors because they're hearing different messages from different departments. If we can just have that kind of one-stop shop, I don't know if that's in economic development, but to have one kind of person that can shepherd them through all of the other departments, I think would be really helpful. Every city does it different, but if you're a small business owner trying to open up a restaurant, it's very daunting when you don't understand the process. So anything we can do to have somebody in economic development just shepherd people a bit more through the process, I think would be really helpful to attract and retain those businesses. Council member, or Mayor Pro Tem, do you have another comment?
I do. Thank you, Madam Mayor. This may just be me, but can we, me personally, I would like to call out the Little Arabia Business Improvement District as an action. I understand that it's listed under Action D, but it still sounds like it's kind of just, it's part of the list, if you will. I think if it's a specific call out, I think it generates a little bit more, it's an action that we want to actually take. That might just be me, but that would be my request, if we can please do that. The other comment that I was going to have, I want to echo, and I apologize, I didn't hear the whole thing in the whole comments by my colleagues, but really want to emphasize the importance of working in collaboration with the planning department and really making sure that we're not just attracting businesses and getting them excited to come, but that we're able to work with them through the process, making it smoother. And I do want to say, I think there's been a lot of improvement. Definitely, I'm a big believer that there's always room for improvement as well. So that would be my request on that one. Other than that, I'm good.
Councilmember Rubicalva, do you have another comment?
I do, thank you. I just wanted to go back to the marketing. So I'm not opposed to marketing when it's direct targeted B2B marketing, but you do have it listed here as promote tourism, hospitality, sports, and entertainment, and I don't think that's necessarily the role of economic development. So I think that would be my, trade shows are always good. I think making sure that we're working with other chambers that are outside of the city, because those chambers are familiar with the businesses. Not that they want to lose their businesses, but they are aware of when they're expanding beyond their state. So that would be something I think to be more tailored on the marketing side, because that budget is much smaller than a marketing budget that is kind of what you guys are mentioning. Subsidies, always interesting, but very controversial in Anaheim, so that's something I would be mindful of. We've seen it before, we hear the stories, and it's always the insinuation that corruption exists, but that is not always the case. So I would just say, if you're going to explore that, be very thoughtful in what it looks like. I don't want to go back to what we've had in the past where it is used against policymakers in the city when we're just trying to bring business. So please be mindful on any packages that you're putting together if you are looking to include subsidies in that. And maybe it's limited to small businesses and not bigger businesses. But I also know it's good to attract bigger, and sometimes you have to do a little more. But just that's something I want you to be mindful of. And then on the planning process side, I'll just mention, so I have been working very closely with Heather and Ted on the planning side. So we have had roundtables with key stakeholders, and they are really working on the process. So I think as a person who has been staff before, I also just want to be mindful not to say we want economic development to do this when it's somebody else's department's role, but definitely interdepartment collaboration in terms of you throw the lead over to planning and let them know what's happening. We have explored the concierge process, but I think it's probably better to just have a process that is seamless and can be explained, and anybody can go to the website and see, like, for example, different cities might have an exact list of if you need to get a CUP, if you need a building permit, all the certificate of occupancy, all the things that you might need to operate your business, and then what departments to go to. So I think that just being able to forward them over to that department is probably good. And then I feel bad, but I haven't even looked at your website. So I'm going to have to go look at the economic development page, because the first thing that a person's going to do when they look to move into a city is Google the department and see what types of resources are available. So that's something that I'd like to see. And then when you do get a chance, Sergio, I know that we've also talked to you about some of the parcels in town that have been vacant for quite some time, like Luigi's on State College and a few others. I'd just like to know what the plan has been to attract some businesses to fill those spaces, or are we looking, what has the process been to fill some of those places? And then you also had the slide or the page on the commercial property vacancies. What has the plan been recently to get those filled? Because if we're already doing some of that ongoing work, I'd like to see what the success rate has been for some of those. And we do know, since COVID, a lot of people were moving out of offices, but now productivity has declined and many businesses are moving their employees back into the office, because it not only promotes succession planning, but it also helps with productivity and revenue generating. So that's all.
Thank you. Councilmember Bayless?
If I could, or Mayor, I just wanted to point out that, there's been a couple of council members who've mentioned the planning and building process improvements, and that's something that we've heard a lot about, and it's something we're very much focused on. And I do want to point out that the lead department that we've identified for that action is the Planning and Building Department. They will be taking the lead. Perfect. And the partner, departments, Public Works, Utilities, Fire, et cetera, will be, their economic development would be playing just a supporting role in that.
Perfect. No, I appreciate that. And especially, I think the mayor mentioned this, but the features and benefits of the city, right? So when you're putting your marketing pieces together, it's really about 35% lower utility rates, 350,000 people and triples in size every day. So I think some of the things like that would probably be good messaging.
Thank you. Again, Councilmember Leon brought up something at the very beginning. He said, hey, you've got a lot of ongoing items that are on this list. And I'm sitting here, and I didn't have this thought until I guess just about right now. But, with our strategic plan that's over here, we've got an order. It's prioritized, what's most important. And I think everything on this list is important, but do we need to prioritize what is most important and put it in a prioritized order? I only say that because there's a lot of stuff going on here, and obviously it shows that you guys are doing a lot of work, but is a prioritization here necessary? And then the other thing I wanted to, and this was on my notes before and I forgot to bring it up, we talk about Anaheim. Anaheim is definitely the tourist economy. That's our main goal. It's supplemented with retail sales, property ownership. But the other piece to this is that we should be focusing on ground rent opportunities for the city. Because if we have land that's available out there, we can rent those parcels out as income to the city. That is another piece of income that's out there. I'll leave it at that, I guess.
I'm sorry, council member.
So you want me to start?
Please, if I could ask you to just I'm sorry.
The two things that I'm wondering here is, should this not be prioritized as to what is kind of the most important goals to work on? I know we've got our strategic plan over here. It's definitely prioritized. There's a lot of stuff that's here. And that's what I'm just asking. I'm saying, number one, should it be prioritized? And then the second thing I wanted to bring up that I forgot on my notes earlier is that I'm saying, I think we're missing a piece of economic development, which is, the selling of the using of city property to bring in income. I'm missing that from here.
No, actually, it's part of the, actually, I'll answer, I'm sorry, the second part first. The part of the goal, sorry, now it's the successor agency, Goal D1, which is manage and dispose of the successor agency properties and portfolios. With respect to the successor agency properties, we are always looking to fill vacant properties, because sometimes what we have is we have remediation, we're dealing with legal issues, so we can't, of course, dispose of properties quickly, but we'll definitely utilize, have the properties utilized for temporary uses. I think there's also been in the past interest for activation for the longer kind of projects, and that's something that we've kind of incorporated into this feedback. But is that what you're referring to?
I wasn't necessarily referring to the successor properties, but city-owned properties. There's city-owned properties that aren't attached to the successor agency.
That is correct, and I think that those are typically managed by Public Works, but I think that we would have to kind of look at that from an organization.
I guess what I'm saying is that we should put some emphasis on there so that, we can make those properties work for the city in terms of income.
That's something we regularly evaluate when opportunities come before us and when it's appropriate, because sometimes it's not appropriate depending on the location and the.
I just didn't see it in the plan is all.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Okay.
Sorry, I think there was a first part of the question regarding prioritization. Madam Mayor? I think there was a question, I think the other part of his question was regarding.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry, I'm sorry. And I think one of the things, I think it's challenging to do that, right? One of the things that this effort, we do a lot that we've tried to, as the city manager's office, stay focused. We want to get you focused so that we're able to, in the next 5 years, able to have all the KPIs to be able to kind of show results. And so I think that sometimes in this effort, what we've tried to do is, because we have the successor agency obligations and we have to continue, but then all the other things that are in this plan that we've heard from stakeholders, from yourselves, that we've tried to identify. And so although there is a lot of ongoing, that's because of the feedback that we heard directly from all you and stakeholders that we are trying to as we're, I'm sorry, with the staff that we have.
Well, that's my point, is that there's a ton of stuff going on over here. You have, I mean, I'm thankful that you guys are doing all of these ongoing things, but maybe it's a good idea to prioritize them so that, you know, you've got some direction to the staff. This is the most important.
If I might suggest, you know, in the implementing the strategic plan, 14 of the 15 year one items in the citywide strategic plan ended up being are the ones that are on our top priorities list. And so when there is somewhat of a prioritization here in some of these items with regards to sort of the things that are happening in year one and years 2 and 3. But I would also, you know, add to that, you know, economic development really is a game of being nimble and being able to pivot. And because it is really one of those delivery services that comes with opportunity. There are opportunities that hit, and it will shift, you know, priorities. But and we want to be able to keep that nimbleness. 57 strategies in the citywide strategic plan, so we really did feel like we needed to narrow those down to those top priorities. We don't have quite so many in this plan. A lot of these things are ongoing that are that we're going to be doing not only for the next 5 years, but for the next 5, 10, 15 years after that as well. And so those are things that are just kind of the ongoing items that we have. Those things like develop the economic marketing plan, you know, continue to implement 39 Commons. Those are things that are sort of, you know, if they've got specific deadlines to them, those become the priority items. So I think there's some prioritization that's happening in the document itself.
All right, thank you. And I've got one more note down here, WIB. So this was the Workforce Investment Board. I know we were talking about libraries and local libraries, but really, I think in this particular instance, if we're looking for GED and high school education, that the Workforce Investment Boards with the colleges is probably the thing to look into. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more questions or comments by council? If not, do we have a motion?
Motion for.
To approve the strategic plan?
I think is this action? Let me see.
Okay, council has the option here to either recommend approval or make a motion to approve it. You could ask us to take all of this back and come back with, you know, substantial changes. You could make a motion and add any you know, additional strategies that you would like to see. So it's really up to at the pleasure of council of what you'd like to do. We heard specifically about adding a specific strategy related to the Little Arabia Business Improvement District. We can make a motion and add some specifics that you would like, or you can, you know, we could come back, we could meet with you all again and make sure that we're capturing some of the items that you'd like to see specifically
I'd like to
in
make
there.
a motion to apply some of the feedback and come back with the revised version of the strategic plan, especially including some of the, I mean, there was some pretty clear feedback. I think we might need some more information, but I would like to make a motion to come back with additional feedback. It's hard to, and I also think now that we're going into budget season and stuff like that, it's kind of hard. I think we've provided a lot of information, and we can probably get some additional detail on the strategic plan that has a little more substance so that we can provide direction. So that would be my motion, if that makes sense. Rob?
Certainly, I think we heard some good feedback tonight that we can incorporate if there's a motion to approve it tonight with those changes. And we can always give more detail as we move forward, because to your point and your questions with regard to the budget and restructuring, that's an ongoing conversation. But we're prepared to approve tonight with the changes that we heard. If there are other changes that council would like to include tonight, we can certainly take that feedback.
Well, I'm concerned that we won't see, I'm concerned that we're going to provide or that we're going to approve something that maybe the feedback wasn't what, I want to make sure it's translated properly into the final product. if that makes sense, because there was a lot of feedback given, and I think staff might need some more time to just come back. I would like to see a revised version of the plan, because there is a lot in here, and I think from what we were hearing as I'm not going to speak on behalf of everybody, but I think what we did kind of hear is that we had a lot of information in here, and maybe we needed a little more detail on what we were going to do and priorities. I see we had some years and ongoing, but we also don't have any real statistics or KPIs to show how those ongoing initiatives are working. So, I mean, that would be my motion is, maybe we don't need a full presentation, but I am reluctant to approve a strategic plan with all of the feedback that we had here today. I'd prefer to have it come back. So I guess my motion would be to allow staff to go back, apply changes, and come back with a revised strategic plan. If I can get a second.
Councilmember Meeks? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you buzz in.
I mean, I would like the next version to be ready, and I think that some of the feedback that we've provided have been questions, clarifying, things like that. So to the extent that the team can work with council members, I think Councilmember Leon was very clear on what he wanted. But good job. But some of the other comments, I think, were less specific on how they wanted that information presented. And so I would suggest that you work with, as you go through those comments, and I know you'll listen to this later, and contact those council members and make sure that you're getting that into the document, or that information in the document as they have requested. And then maybe it can come back corrected as a consent calendar item or something. I mean, I think we're close, and you know, and I appreciate all the feedback and everything. I just want to make sure it was a little vague on exactly how that information was to be presented in the plan. And I think one of the things I'm not clear on is, do we want it to say priority 1, 2, or 3, or can they have 5 priorities? And I don't mind them having 5 priorities. I mean, I think it's fine the way it is, and it does kind of address the fluidity of you know, when things become available and when opportunities are there and when they're approached. So I'm fine with the way it's presented. Just want to make sure everybody else is too.
Councilmember Kurtz?
Thank you. And I too agree with that, because the nature of your work doesn't say I'm going to do this first, this next. It's everything you are doing, many things at the same time. You're holding a workshop here, but at the same time, you're might be working on the bid for Little Arabia. That doesn't stop all your work. So I understand why you're just saying it's ongoing. This is what we do. And if you put it in year 1 or 2, to me, those are your priorities. You're working on those things. And as somebody mentioned, you know, there's a property that becomes available, and you got a developer who's all of a sudden interested in putting a 10-story hotel in the resort area. You're going to jump on that, and I would expect you to do that, and not say, it's not one of my priorities. Let me get permission to do it. I would expect you to jump on something like that. So I understand the fluidity. So I don't have a need to prioritize, just with an understanding that those are all important, and that you and your team will continue to work on them. And that priority might shift a little bit as something else comes in. Carlos will always be the most important. That bit is going to be key.
Thank you. I really like Councilmember Meeks' point. Maybe we can meet, for those that had comments, meet with them individually, and then we can bring it back as a consent calendar, just so the language used in the final document is what the actual council person meant to express, and so that nothing is lost in translation. So I believe Mayor Pro Tem?
Can I make a motion to approve the strategic plan with the feedback that was given to you today and updates, including the adding E as Little Arabia Business Improvement District, while also directing you to come back once finalized and once you've met with all the council members, bringing it back as a consent calendar item for.
Will you accept that?
Well, can I make a suggestion to that? Instead of saying approve, can you say bring back as a consent calendar item with all the adjustments? So that would be, your motion would be to have them meet with all, like the mayor suggested, meet with all the council members, make sure that it's where everybody wants it to be, and then bring it back as a consent calendar and not a business calendar item for approval.
I just think we might all be ready to.
I'm not, so I'll be voting no on that motion, but I'm not ready
Well, we
because I
have a
think it's.
motion out there,
Yeah.
so, and then we have
Oh, yeah, my
either the
motion's out
motion to
there.
be withdrawn or else have Councilmember Rubalcaba accept the substitute motion. Does that make sense?
We don't do substitute motions.
Oh, that's right.
Also, no second on Councilmember Rubalcava's, so, and there hasn't been a second yet on Carlos Leon. So right now, there's no motion pending until there's a second on either of them.
Yeah, well, I mean, Councilmember Leon, if you'll indulge me for a second, and there is no harm in asking staff to go back and apply all the changes and bring it back as a consent calendar item. We don't have to spend as much time as we did on it this time unless somebody pulls it. And then we would be able to meet everybody's expectations. So if I modify my motion, and if you would give it a second, then we can all be happy with including the bid. Because the bid also requires that many of those businesses pay into a business improvement district, means the businesses are investing. So, I mean, I would love to see what that plan looks like included in there. Clean up some of the language that you currently have in the strategic plan, meet with council members who had any concerns. Maybe some of us are already happy with the way it looks. So if you would consider that. We're not saying that Sergio's strategic plan is not amazing. I'm just saying it would be great to approve it as a consent calendar item with the changes applied so that nothing was lost in translation.
So I guess, can I ask the city manager, staff, or my colleagues, in terms of, in terms of a timeline, I'm hearing that you all would prefer that we're able to approve this so that we can move forward, given that the next council meeting isn't until, I believe, June 9th. I mean, are there any concerns with potentially waiting?
Now, listen, at the end of the day, there is no urgency on this. Just internally and thinking of the things that I would like to focus on moving forward, I was hoping this is something that we can approve and get past us so we can move on. Not only give Sergio and his team some direction, but also to move on to some other things that are on our plate. However, having said that, of course, if the council wants to take more time and do one-off meetings and really refine it and get some improvements into the plan, that's not a problem.
And we've waited 3 years for this, so it's not like waiting a month is going to make a difference because they're
That's
already
right.
doing work.
So we'll reach out to council, just like we did the last round. We'll reach out again to everybody, make sure we get your comments. We'll review the comments that were made this evening. We'll make sure we'll make those suggested edits to the document. We'll send it out again for review, and then we can bring it back. As was mentioned on the consent calendar, we can shoot for a June timeframe, but it really is contingent upon schedules of council and your availability to meet with us and give us some feedback.
So if we're doing that, we're not approving, we don't really need a motion. We are just going to.
Yeah, I believe it's a continuance of
Yeah,
some
we're just
sort,
going
or-
to shoot, well, yeah, but I do agree we should have a date certain of the June 9th meeting that holds us accountable to make sure we get you feedback, and then we can get it moved on by June 9th.
I'm sorry, question for the city attorney. But if we're continuing, it would be a business item and not a consent calendar item. I've heard that if we meet with all of the staff, with all the city council members to incorporate the direction to staff, we'd be able to bring this back as a consent calendar item. Is that my understanding?
I mean, Sergio raises a good point, and a continuance, I guess, could be interpreted that way. But I think if the direction from the council is to default it to the consent calendar with the possibility of having it pulled at that time, I think that's perfectly consistent with what we can do.
Okay, so why don't we do that? I don't think we need do we need a motion to continue it?
You can move to continue with direction that it be placed on the consent calendar after receiving input from the council.
Okay. Would you like to make that? Either of you like to make that motion?
I'll make the motion that Rob just said.
Do we have a second? All right, please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Thank you. So we have, moving on to item number 23, it's consideration of a resolution opposing the California High-Speed Rail Authority's proposal to establish tax increment financing districts. Mr. Interim City Manager, can we have a staff report?
Yes, and this was at the request of Councilmember Bayless at the last council meeting, and going to ask our Government Affairs Manager, Alyssa Guerrero, to assist with this staff report, a brief staff report, and answer any questions you may have on this item.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. The item before you this evening is a resolution to oppose the California High-Speed Rail Authority's proposal to establish state-controlled tax increment financing districts. During last week's City Council meeting, Councilmember Bayless requested an agenda item for the city to consider formally opposing this proposal. In February 2026, the High-Speed Rail Authority released its draft 2026 business plan outlining its construction strategy and revenue approach for the high-speed rail project. The plan included a proposal to establish tax increment financing districts within a half-mile radius of proposed station locations. Under the High-Speed Rail Authority's proposal, the state would be allowed to capture property and sales tax growth revenue from new developments to support the construction of the high-speed rail project. Anaheim is identified as a future high-speed rail station site at the Arctic, and if the proposal advances, it could divert property and sales tax growth revenue from the areas surrounding the station, including OC Vibe. Such revenues from OC Vibe could potentially be captured to fund the high-speed rail project, thereby taking away funding that could support essential public services, including parks, housing, infrastructure, maintenance, transportation, and public safety. On April 27, the State Senate Transportation Committee held an informational hearing on the draft 2026 business plan. The plan is likely to move forward through the state budget process, and we will not receive specific information about the proposal until it appears in a budget trailer bill. Statewide local government organizations, including the League of California Cities, California State Association of Counties, and California Special Districts Association, have led efforts to oppose this proposal. If approved, the resolution and a letter of opposition will be sent to our state legislators. That concludes our staff report, and we are happy to answer any questions.
I'd like to start with Councilmember Bayless.
Thank you. So I asked to put this on the agenda because I think it's fairly important, especially for us here in Anaheim. And I just want to say this isn't a comment necessarily on the high-speed rail project. This is very specific, targeted comment here on the formation of these taxing districts that's here. The language in the high-speed rail's proposal is incredibly vague, for number one. And then one of the things you don't see in here is that they're kind of sidestepping, if you will, the actual budget process to put a taxing increment in. And if, I mean, again, I'm saying things that, you know, we have an if and an if and an if, but if this moves through, then this will kind of open the door for other taxing increments without going through the budget process through the state of California. So I think that's important. With that said, you see a map on here. With the city of Anaheim, we have done our own homework here. You know, we've got Angel Stadium in there. We've put these developments in there to generate sales tax for our residents. And if the state comes in here and starts to either take property and or sales tax from us, then we have to make up that revenue somewhere else. And I understand that this is the state saying, hey, look, maybe this is a way to fund their project moving forward, but it should be a state project, not necessarily a specific area half a mile from the stop. So I recommended that we oppose the language that's there. By doing that, it allows some of our city departments to write letters and actively engage in opposition. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks and then Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you, and I appreciate Councilmember Bayless bringing this forward. You know, it's one of the reasons that we built Arctic was for the economic development. the state sold high-speed rail on the economic development that would bring to the different stops along its route. And we have prepared and we have implemented and we are ready to accept high-speed rail if it ever gets here, but you can't take the benefits away from us. So yes, I fully support this.
Councilmember Gates.
Thank you. Even the way the state is moving this is a little odd. Instead of going through the legislative process as it normally would, it's just being attached to the budget. So they're trying to get something through. I recommend that we not only send our opposition to our legislators that represent Anaheim, but that we ask our lobbyists to actively work to oppose it, and that we perhaps have some staff make some calls to our legislators to make sure that they personally hear from us in opposition.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just two comments. One, on the resolution that was attached, just FYI, in the be it further resolved, it says, transmit copies of this resolution and a letter of support to its state legislators. And so want to just clarify that should probably say oppose.
Yes, thank you for catching that. We'll revise that accordingly.
Okay. And then just the other comment would be if Councilman Bayless is open to it, I know there's some confusion sometimes of, I think this makes it pretty clear, but sometimes the confusion of, well, the city's going to be voting against high-speed rail, voting against public transportation. If there's an opportunity to add in here, or at least add in our messaging that we're absolutely supportive of public transportation and would look to expand and find opportunities that are fair as part of a genuine partnership model with the state, that's something that we're supportive of. I don't know if that necessarily needs to be specifically in here, but just as maybe feedback as we're having those conversations with our state legislators that, you know, we want public transportation, we're supportive of public transportation, but we have to do it in a fair and transparent way.
Thank you. Do you think maybe we could incorporate Councilmember Meek's points and language in the whereas when it talks about the future high-speed rail station at Arctic, putting in there that we are supportive of high-speed rail and built Arctic with the anticipation of being a high-speed rail site? Would that be possible?
If that's the move to get it across the finish line, then yes. Like I said, it was my intent, right, and this is what I started with, was this wasn't necessarily to be a comment on high-speed rail and if you're for it or against it. It was just to take a look at the way that the rail was putting in the tax increments. So I'm happy to include that, but it wasn't necessarily my intent. But I mean, I could give you my 2 cents on the project, but I'm not going to do that right here. So I'll be happy to accept that.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubalcaba?
I was going to just agree with incorporating Councilmember Meeks' comments, and I think specifically on how we've invested in the infrastructure, but I would probably not include, we don't want them to take our benefits because they won't care. So I think that, but I do think we should definitely talk about how we support public transportation and the importance of it in a tourism-heavy community, but that we oppose the project, yeah, or the tax. So I agree with you.
Thank you. Any other comments? And if not, would you make a motion with those small changes?
I will make a motion to oppose the languages written in here with the changes issued by Councilmember Meeks.
Do we have a second?
And the changes, sorry, and the overall change by Councilmember Leon. Thank you for catching that.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim opposing the California High-Speed Rail Authority's proposal to establish tax increment financing districts, and the resolution is approved as revised. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
Thank you. Item 24 is a presentation on Senate Bill 707 regarding changes to the Brown Act and related actions. Mr. Interim City Manager, may we have a brief staff report?
Sure, this staff report will be provided by our city clerk.
Thank you, Interim City Manager. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. The presentation before you this evening is an overview of SB 707 and policies for City Council consideration to ensure the city's compliance with major changes to the Brown Act that become effective this July 1st, 2026. What is SB 707? In brief, in October 2025, SB 707 was signed into law, enacting a most comprehensive set of amendments to the Brown Act. The legislation restructured and expanded statutory framework governing public access and remote participation in local government meetings with the intent to diversify and increase public engagement. The new requirements under SB 707 apply to eligible legislative bodies, defined as city councils with populations of greater than 30,000 or city councils in counties with populations of greater than 600,000. The city of Anaheim meets these criteria, thereby subject to these requirements outlined in the statute. Among the various new requirements under SB 707, the legislation requires eligible legislative bodies to provide two-way telephonic or audiovisual access for all open meetings and to take specific actions that encourage residents to participate, and including a comprehensive language access for non-English speakers. SB 707 requires city council meetings to move beyond live streaming and offer hybrid meetings. Currently, the public can watch city council meetings online through Granicus, YouTube, and on our Anaheim TV. Starting July 1st, the public must be able to participate through a two-way phone or video platform with the ability to provide real-time public comments. To meet these new requirements, staff is working with the city's information services team to utilize Zoom Webinar, which integrates with our current systems and provides automatic captioning. With this shift to remote participation, members of the public would be provided with information and clear instructions on procedures to participate and provide public comments remotely. Similar to our in-person speakers, those that would like to provide public comments remotely will be asked to complete a speaker form online, which we provided to them to indicate if they're addressing the City Council on agenda items or any non-agenda items, both within the council's jurisdiction. Following the completion of in-person speakers, staff will then call upon those submitted online forms to address council remotely, and this will be via our Zoom webinar platform. Overall, public comment procedures remained unchanged, with speakers having one opportunity to address the City Council except for scheduled public hearings. The public comment period, as remained in our current rules of order, is limited to 90 minutes or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. Beyond the 90 minutes, and at the discretion of the mayor and city council, those non-agenda related speakers may be heard during a second public comment period, held at the end of council business. This new shift and technical component in the city council meetings requires the City Council to approve policy regarding disruption of the remote platform and efforts to restore service. If a disruption prevents the public from attending a meeting, the City Council must take a recess and try to restore service for at least 1 hour or until service is restored, whichever occurs first. If the disruption cannot be resolved, the City Council must adopt a finding by a roll call vote confirming the good faith efforts were made to fix the issue and that resuming the meeting serves the public interest more than delaying it further. The proposed council policy presented in tonight's agenda packet, Council Policy 1.14, ensures compliance of SB 707 and is presented this evening for City Council consideration. SB 707 also revised and restates existing teleconferencing provisions for states of emergency, just cause, and emergency circumstances, and expands coverage to include one state of emergency declared by localities, just cause allowances, which include physical or family medical emergencies, and preventing in-person attendance and military service. In addition, SB 707 allows agencies to permit attendance by a council member via teleconferencing as a reasonable accommodation under applicable law, including the American Disabilities Act. Those attending in accordance with this section must disclose any present adults and the relationship to them, and participate via audio and camera unless their disability prevents it. The new law also authorized remote teleconferencing meetings by eligible subsidiary bodies of the local agency, as long as the subsidiary bodies comply with certain requirements. This compliance is defined as having at least one physical location for the meeting, requiring that members attend remotely appear on camera, and requiring the legislative body that created the subsidiary body to make certain findings prior to authorizing fully remote meetings. And these findings needs to be brought forward at least every 6 months thereafter. Under SB 707, eligible subsidiary bodies include only advisory bodies that cannot take certain final actions and that do not have primary subject matter jurisdictions on elections, budgets, police oversight, privacy, library material restrictions, or taxing or spending proposals. In efforts to increase participation for underrepresented groups and non-English speakers, agendas must be translated into every applicable language when the agenda is posted within the 72-hour requirement. The bill defines applicable languages as those spoken by at least 20% of the local population that speaks English less than very well, according to the local population, according to the recent American Community Survey. Based on current demographics information that's presented by the American Community Survey, Spanish is the only applicable language for the city, with Spanish spoken by 40% of Anaheim residents, and 39% speak English less than very well. Pursuant to the new legislation, the City Council agenda will be translated into Spanish and posted concurrently with the English version under the Brown Act's agenda posting deadlines. The translation of the agenda will also include instructions of how to join the meeting via telephonic or internet-based services, and including speaker instructions for public comment. Further, SB 707 requires a freely accessible physical location near the official posted agenda to be made available for members of the public to post additional translations of the agenda. The public posting board is for publicly translated agendas only, and any documents other than translated agendas for the Anaheim City Council meetings are not permitted. The Brown Act does not provide for the city review of the agenda translations posted by these third parties. To ensure that the members of the public who may rely on such translations, the posting board will include language stating the city is not responsible for the content or accuracy of the content of the posted agendas on the posting board. The proposed Council Policy 1.15 ensures compliance and establishes the procedures for the translated agendas by the public pursuant to SB 707. Staff is at this time also requesting an amendment to the policy that was included in the City Council's agenda packet to currently read, to ensure that the public posting boards does not contain outdated information. Staff is asking to remove such agendas the day after the meeting. The update to the language is to remove the word Wednesday and account for those meetings that may not fall on a Tuesday. For example, our second meeting in November is on a Monday, November 16th. As shared, the intent of SB 707 is to increase and encourage participation in public meetings and requires the city and city council to take specific actions, particularly among underrepresented communities and non-English speaking communities. The proposed resolution defining reasonable efforts to encourage participation established the city's outreach approach to include media serving non-English speaking communities in the distribution of meeting agendas, notices, and other meeting-related information. The City of Anaheim will continue to maintain methods for members of the public to access meeting agendas and related materials electronically through the city's website. The city will also continue to provide the option for members of the public to subscribe to receive meeting agendas, notices, or other updates through the city's online Notify Me system. In addition, the city of Anaheim will provide information through an existing communication channels and partnerships with community-based organizations, neighborhood groups, civic organizations, and organizations serving non-English speaking communities, as well as using the any city newsletters, social media platforms, public counters, bulletin boards, and also outreach at community meetings. The efforts identified in the resolution are intended to provide a flexible framework for outreach and public participation with broad discretion in defining these reasonable efforts, and clarifies that failure to notice any specific group does not create a basis for a legal action pursuant to the statute. Staff is prepared to modify, expand, and adjust outreach methods over time based on the evolving communication practices, changes in technology, and the needs of the community. SB 707 also requires an accessible internet webpage dedicated to information concerning public meetings and how members of the public may participate, including a link on the page on the agency's homepage. This requirement is currently met by our prominent link on the city council, link to city council meetings on our city's homepage. Next steps. SB 707 requirements and implementation needs to be completed by July 1st. City Council consideration and action this evening will put this infrastructure in place and ensure a seamless transition with the first meeting with remote participation fully implemented at the council meeting of July 14th. Adoption of the telephonic or internet service disruption policy will provide a clear playbook for technology fails. Adoption of the public posting board for publicly translated agendas ensures language is no longer a barrier to participation and provides members of the public the opportunity to post translated agendas to reflect the diversity of our community. Defining reasonable efforts for our outreach means we are being intentional and we're moving beyond just posting a notice on a wall. We are actively encouraging participation. And finally, amending and restating our council policies to our council rules of order is to integrate remote participation and includes updates to our public comment time limit for legislative items to 3 minutes per speaker to be consistent with the public addressing on quasi-judicial matters. All other public comment time limits remain unchanged. And just as reference, our time limits for our city council agenda items as well as our general comments is 3 minutes. For our public hearing noticing parameters with regards to public comments, our applicants' initiatives of the project are given 20 minutes with a rebuttal provided at 10 minutes. Those within the noticed area will remain at 10 minutes, and those outside the noticed area is 3. The change presented to council is with respects to legislative items to be consistent with those that are addressing on agenda items, as well as those as part of our quasi-judicial items, which would be 3 minutes. These updates are not just about legal compliance, they're about making sure every resident, regardless of their primary language or whether they can be physically in the chambers, has the opportunity to participate in their local city council meetings. Mayor and City Council, that concludes my presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, City Clerk. Does anyone have any questions? If not, do we have a motion? Councilmember Meeks and then Councilmember Bayless.
I know this is like new and we're gonna figure it out as we implement it, but it seems odd that we're going to allow a bulletin board to post the agenda by someone else in whatever language they may choose, and then we're gonna put a disclaimer in English that says, you can't count on the information in this agenda. You know, I guess we'll figure that out, but it seems like if you have you can translate things on the computer. When they go to our website, you can translate it to whatever language. So we'll see if the bulletin board even gets used. I just thought that was rather ironic.
And thank you for the comment, Councilmember. With that, I was looking at what other agencies are doing as well, seeing what is being utilized of the types of translations, and that may be an opportunity for us to start updating that, seeing what is the translations that are being utilized or who the board is being utilized, and maybe that'll be an opportunity for us to make some updates to address those, so it could be in other languages of the disclaimer itself.
Okay. I will move the approval of the item because we want to get it done.
Councilmember, I'm hoping somebody translates it into Klingon, and then there's a big debate about whether it was appropriately translated. I mean, we could have some fun with this. Councilmember Bayless and then Councilmember Rubalcaba.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask a quick question, and for our disruption policy that's here, maybe it's not any big deal, but we says here, disruption, any failure, outage, or other interruption that prevents members of the public from attending or observing the meeting via these 3 remote services. I'm wondering if we need to add on the city's side, right? Because since we're looking at this as networking in Zoom, it's really not our problem to manage the network of the person calling in. And I know sometimes when we do, remote meetings, you may get latency, or, the network of the person calling in might not be the best network, but it's not necessarily our responsibility to provide that to the other individual on the other side. So that's why I was just thinking, maybe it's a good idea to say, hey, look, this is on the city's side of the call.
Councilmember, we can make that clarification. So the intent is to show that there's disruption on the city services providing the output of the meeting streaming, and the Zoom webinar will be on the city's.
Okay, thank you. And then I have
Technical.
one last question. I know we are doing this for the city council meeting, but does this not apply to any Brown Act meeting? So are we also going to roll out for the commissions?
Well, that was one of the opportunities for subsidiary bodies. If we were allowing specifically for the entire full body to attend the meeting remotely, it would be a consideration or approval of the city council members and then moving forward. But it will be also, if you're talking about remote participation, it will be an opportunity if looking at the other boards and commissions and seeing if those options are available.
All right, thank you.
But, and it's just, sorry to add on, but specifically, SB 707 is for city councils, not adding in boards and commissions.
Thank you. Councilmember Rubicalva?
So we had some public commenters who expressed concern about 1 minute or limiting. That is just, the language in there is not saying we're going to limit their time to 1 minute. There's an option if we have 100 commenters to limit everybody's time to a minute.
And there was nothing specific that spoke to a minute. That's why I wanted to clarify. The only change that we had did on our rules of order was changing that time for our legislative matters for public hearings, bringing that public comment time to 3 minutes. The other time limits for all the remaining items remained the same. So it was the 3 minutes, so that was the only change. With respects, I know there was respects to the 90 minutes. That is currently what our current practice is. As we know, we go beyond that. We don't. We use that more as just as a practice to continue, but does provide an opportunity if we do, and there's a need that we need to stop, and then we have an opportunity to continue general comments after our agenda meeting. But there's nothing specific reducing anything to 1 minute.
And I apologize if you already answered this, but how will it be prioritized? So will people who have attended in person go first, and then remote participants would go second?
And that was a recommendation, so I'm available for any feedback from the city council. The way I proposed, we would hear from our in-person comments as well as, and that would be both for agenda items and for general comments, and then transition to those that are remotely. The proposal that I also did to give us an opportunity, because we do have our public hearings that do define it, those in the noticed area, those that are maybe speaking on the different agenda items, be providing an online form so they can identify if there are general items or general comments, so that we would have that ahead of time, and then I could provide that information, who's online, who's being prepared. So at this time, the proposal is seeing those in person first, and then transitioning to accepting those comments remotely.
Perfect. And then just for, a lot of times we like to respond to public commenters if there's issues that are within our districts. Participants who are participating remotely, do they also have to provide contact information, name, similar to what we currently have here? And then are they required to have their camera on when they're participating remotely?
So similar to what we do with our public comment cards, there is going to be some required information, but not all, because if they elect not to put all their contact information or not to have, there is, the form I'm looking at does provide a disclaimer where I'm stating if you would like to be contacted or to provide an opportunity for the city council or staff members to respond or get in contact, you include your contact information, but it is not a requirement. With respects to, and I'm sorry, your second portion of your question, Councilmember?
Oh, the camera being on?
The camera, at this point, we are not, it's only going to be audio. They are going to be able to see visually everything that's in meetings, so there will be, but it's only going to be the audio, no video cameras for those that are participating remotely.
Okay, perfect. And I know that there's a motion, I can second the motion. I do think that having access remotely to council meetings is a benefit for people who are unable to make it. I'm glad to hear that there's not the parameters that, I mean, I didn't see that in the staff report, but for some reason, people were insinuating that we were trying to limit people's ability to participate in our public process, and that is not the case, so thank you for clarifying that. But I will second Councilmember Meeks' motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Madam Clerk and team for your work on this. I know this is something that you've been looking at for a while now. And so I just want to echo the comment made by my colleague. When you say our shift to remote speakers, that really people are still able, willing, if they'd like, to come in person. None of that changes, right?
That's correct. This is a supplemental to of just additional access and public access to them. Nothing's going to change to in-person, as well as their opportunity to still submit electronic comments and making those as part of the record. This is just a supplemental to an additional access for our public to participate remotely.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Can I ask just a clarifying question on slide 4 that you had in reference to I believe it was teleconferencing as reasonable accommodation. Can you clarify can you repeat for me what that is?
Those are for council members with respects that need ADA.
For council members.
For council members themselves.
Got
Yes.
it, okay.
Yeah, that's
It's not a-
specifically. So
okay.
this was added additional expanding the teleconferencing options and alternatives for council members. So a council member that needs ADA accommodations, they do offer that so that you do, if the opportunity, you do not need to be on camera. There is the other teleconferencing where it states that council members that are attending, that their camera be on. This just provides additional ADA compliance.
Got it, okay. And just to clarify, what's the difference of that versus what we do now if someone needs to participate remotely? This is just in case, this is just for regular versus if someone's out.
Correct. There is still the traditional teleconferencing noticing, which is where we have within the 72 hours, the noticing of location and posting and having that posted at the remote location. What this expands is certain emergencies, accommodations, as well as illnesses. I've used some of the expansion on the Just Cause, which allows like family emergency, medical emergencies, that allows additional flexibility for council members to still participate remotely if there is a need, if it falls within the Just Cause statute.
Okay, thank you. Two more quick clarifications. Slide 6, well, not a clarification, just a comment of support of making it as easy as possible to access council meetings. I think having it front page, front and center is good, and I appreciate that. In terms of getting information out to residents, can you clarify what that outreach process looks like? It's I'm assuming leading up to it, we'll have opportunities to give information to the public, make sure that they're aware. Here's, if you want the opportunity to participate remotely, here's how you would do it.
Correct. We are creating a full dedicated page that's going to be, again, right off of our homepage, providing an opportunity in English and in Spanish. Also, we are part of the website itself. It does allow for other languages to be translated as well through the Google Translation, so it's an opportunity for other languages as well too. But I'm looking at different outreaches of what we can do, not only going to community meetings, providing that information, social media, working with the public information offices. Also, I was doing some initial outreach to some of the other departments themselves, our community services that has a newsletter, your community through the Comunidad, information that provides information opportunities and looking at that. Also reached out to public utilities, even on seeing as an opportunity to providing some information in the public utility bill to give an additional information. So just really looking at different outlets of getting the information, again, looking at bulletin boards, looking at counters and public information that we can send out. We've been going to some community meetings. Our June community meetings are coming up that we're going to reach out. And as we've been doing even community meetings recently, when we go to those, I've been bringing information regards, when our public council meetings are. And again, that's going to be an additional opportunity for me to even expand on that and opportunities, how they can participate and what our new changes are.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And the very last clarification I wanted to ask in terms of, because I think Interim City Manager Greg Garcia and I had a conversation. Thank you. That was more for the woo and the cheer, Greg. Sorry. In terms of entering the queue, can you repeat for me if you said it? Someone has to be online, ready to go by 5 o'clock.
Well, that was what we're asking out the opportunity for those that would want to, because the line will be open. The Zoom webinar is open for anybody to participate and to view the council meeting in that manner. What is going to be part of the process to ensure that they're being called up is asking them to, by 5 o'clock, to submit the online form, state what their items are, and then they will be called by either their name or if they're calling in by the last 4 digits of their number.
Got it. Okay. And that's consistent with what the state law is?
It's not consistent with state law. It's what's consistent with state law is providing the opportunity for remote participation and having the two-way. What we're looking as an opportunity for us to manage and organize and have an opportunity to ensure that those that want to speak, that they're called and that they're given an opportunity, and especially speak on the item that they want to address.
Got it. Okay. Is that consistent? Sorry. Is that consistent with what other cities do in terms of the queue and ending at 5?
Yeah. Well,
or having to be in the queue by 5?
Every city is different. There is some that have provided an opportunity, like a certain timeline. They stop and say only at this time, or when they say raise your hand at this point, and whoever raises their hand, if they don't, they just capture those. But what I want to do with the respects with the online form is because we do have the different agenda items versus general comments, the allotment of time, as well as our public hearings, that it has those in the noticed area, outside the noticed area, so I'm able to capture those so they are speaking and given the appropriate amount of time to speak.
Got it. Okay. And then, no, I'm kidding. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I got Councilmember Moss, and then Councilmember Kurtz, and then I'm sorry, do you want to go next, Councilmember Kurtz?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll be quick. There was a public comment that this is being done in retaliation and to muzzle public comment. It sounds like this is being done to comply with state law.
Correct. That is correct, Councilmember.
This does sound like it increases public engagement, increases language equity, and it does increase remote access.
That's correct.
I just have one question about the 1 hour minimum if there's a disruption. Do you know the rationale behind that 1 hour minimum?
I do not have the background. I know when it came forward, that's what came back with the legislations, the statute, but the background of why they distinguished that 1 hour, I do not know.
Curious, thank you. I do support this.
Councilmember Kurtz.
I just want to clarify, I think Councilmember Leon said it was page 3. For a council member's participation, if we're away at a conference, we're going to not be here in person, the address is posted, all that's the same. We can participate, is it by telephone or by Zoom?
Well, at this opportunity, what I would be doing is providing it by Zoom, so you can be part of the video camera that is now being required by SB 707. So it's having that participation on the two-way communication.
So it would be
via Zoom.
By Zoom.
A Zoom webinar, and providing you a separate link. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And this exception, the exception that's noticed is that's for an emergency.
Correct.
So that if that 72-hour notice is, something happens on the weekend, the Monday, we can request to be in the meeting remotely.
Correct.
And at that time, is the address posted?
No, that's because it's Just Cause is providing for family emergencies, and so it does
Could
get,
have participated from the hospital.
this is the new legislation moving forward.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Of course.
Councilmember Bayless.
I apologize. I want to just make sure I heard this right. For a hearing, I heard you say we've got 20 minutes and then you've got 10 minutes of rebuttal. Was that 10 minutes for everybody inside the noticed zone?
No, Councilmember, I'm sorry. That's for the project, the applicant and the appellant that are given the initial, and then the 10-minute rebuttal. Those in the noticed area is 10 minutes, but not just the 10 minutes.
So I'm going to ask it again. I apologize. So
Oh.
there is a 10-minute limit for those inside the noticed zone.
Correct.
So how do you verify that online?
That's where we're asking them to include as part of they are addressing that they're in the noticed or non-noticed area. And if they are within the noticed area, they'll be providing the address for verification for us to compare that they are within that area. That's similar to what we do with our in-person public comments. They fill out the public card and then we verify their address to ensure that they're within the noticed area.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. With no further comments, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
A resolution, the City Council of the City of Anaheim establishing council policy number 1.14 regarding the city's policy in response to telephonic or internet service disruption during public meetings. A resolution, the City Council of the City of Anaheim establishing a council policy number 1.15, establishing a public posting board for publicly translated agendas. A resolution, the City Council of the City of Anaheim determining reasonable efforts to encourage public participation in meetings pursuant to Government Code Section 54953.4. And a resolution, the City Council of the City of Anaheim amending and restating the procedures and rules of order for the conduct of city council meetings. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. Let's move to closed session. Mr. City Attorney, do you have anything to report?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No reportable action.
So now's the time for future agenda requests by council members. Do any council members have something as an item to put on the agenda? Councilmember Meeks?
Real quick, I'd like to bring in the Quick Track Club in an effort to recognize our overachieving young people. They went to national championships in track and field. There's a group of 7 of them. And they put in a resolution. So we have more information.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no others, it's time. I'm going to adjourn the meeting in the memory of Richard Dick La Rochelle and Mary Hirahara, and we will reconvene on June 9th.